Protesters invade Parliament. So what's gone wrong with security in the Palace of Westminster?
Good morning. It's 6 o'clock on Saturday, the 3rd of September. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
We are live across the whole of the UK. We're on your radio, online, on your TV. So wherever you are and whatever you're up to, you can take us out and about with you this morning.
So here are the top stories you need to know about this morning. 8 people have been arrested after Extinction Rebellion protesters entered the House of Commons. The activists demanded a citizens' assembly be formed to debate the climate crisis. But how on earth did they breach security and get in?
The death toll in Pakistan has passed 1,200 as almost a third of the country is covered in floodwater. As humanitarian aid is flown in, we'll be finding out the very latest on the situation.
And would you believe Bristol Zoo is locking its gates after 186 years as they prepare to move to a new site?
As ever, we'd love to hear from you. It's Saturday morning. What are you planning? Would you believe I've got a barbecue planned today? And it's going to thunder, apparently. So there you go. So no idea what's going to happen there.
Maybe you're planning a visit to a zoo. Do you think zoos are still... Do they still belong in the 21st century? They do a lot of good work.
Yeah, they do now. They're conservation groups, really, now. But anyway, let us know what you think. GBViews at gbnews.uk. I think zoos are an interesting one because if you're of a certain age, they sort of almost fall under the same sort of group as sort of like a circus or something, don't they? Where
yes.
Animal welfare was a concern. Always
was, yeah. I must say, I'm a certain age where we never went to the circus, didn't really approve of the circus, but always went to the zoo. And Bristol Zoo, particularly, because it was probably the nearest big one to where I used to live. Bristol Zoo is a wonderful place,
yeah,
but very old, I imagine. That's why they're moving. They probably need more room, and to be a modern zoo, you probably do things in entirely different ways.
Sold the site already,
yeah.
Apparently, so it's worth a lot of money.
Gosh.
But they are big conservation groups now, zoos. They do a huge amount to keep species alive and all that. So actually, they've turned into a real force for good, I think.
I think so, and they're watched very carefully. I mean, they're monitored very, very carefully by, RSPCA-type groups like that. But Zoo Watch. What was Zoo Watch? Zoo Watch was a TV programme that David Attenborough used to present way back in black and white television days.
Oh.
It was called Zoo Watch. Yeah.
Oh, I don't remember that.
I remember that.
All my time.
Yeah, yes, it was. I remember it well. But there you go. No, I think visits to the zoo are important, aren't they? Do you still go? Do let us know, actually. When did you go and last visit the penguins or whatever?
Penguins. Went to Woburn. Went around Woburn fairly recently and went to...
Longleat?
No. It's the other one at the bottom of, halfway down the M1.
What, Safari Park?
Yeah. His name escapes me. Anyway, but do you know what? It was just
Whipsnade?
Whipsnade. That's the one.
Yeah.
Whipsnade. And do you know, there's something about seeing the animals and things like giraffes and things.
They're wonderful.
I love giraffes.
But have you ever been to one of those, where the safari park where you do the drive-through?
No.
And the monkeys, and this has happened to me, and it was terrifying. I had the children in the back, and we were going, ooh, ah, look at the giraffes. And then suddenly, this entire plague of monkeys landed on the and tore the windscreen wipers to shreds.
Did they?
Yeah. That was the last time. I was terrified.
Oh, love it.
Apparently, they're quite famous for doing that. If you've ever had an experience like that, do get in touch. GBViews at gbnews.uk.
I can laugh at it now, but if it happened to my car, I'd be absolutely...
Well, absolutely. Terrifying.
Oh, dear.
And expensive.
Anyway, yeah, I'd love to hear your thoughts this morning. We've got loads of time for chit-chat and to go through all of your views, so it's a good day to get in touch.
Yeah.
Now, an investigation is to be launched into security at the Houses of Parliament following a protest by environmental activists.
Yeah, around 50 protesters from Extinction Rebellion superglued themselves around the Speaker's chair in the House of Commons, whilst others chained themselves to the railings at the palace gates.
And one even climbed the scaffolding to unveil a banner to onlookers.
But I suppose the point is, how did they get there? Obviously, Parliament was in recess, so there weren't any MPs inside, unless they were there for a coffee or whatever. So, I mean, it wasn't in progress, but they shouldn't have been there. And we'll be finding out, I guess, as time goes on, how on earth they got inside. And shouldn't we be worried that even if Parliament is in recess, that they could breach security in that way? Certainly, because, I mean, I don't know if you've ever visited.
Yes, yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
the security you have to go through.
It is.
In order to get inside.
Tight.
How did they do it?
And it's a concern. We're not saying people shouldn't protest. Of course, you've got to have a right to protest. It's generally a good thing, but you've got to have security as well around certain sensitive places. Well, let's talk to Conservative councillor for Epping and Thaden, Holly Whitbread, who's here in the studio. Good to see you this morning. I mean, look, there is, as we're saying, protest has to be protected. That's one thing. But when it comes to places like Parliament, there is a huge security issue here, and that leaves a lot of questions to be answered, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think there are a lot of questions, and I'm sure there'll be a full investigation into it. I used to work in Parliament when I was younger as a researcher, and I'm surprised to see this happen because the security is so tight there. You go through almost full airport-style security just to get in. So it is concerning, and actually there's an element of irresponsibility around this, particularly in light of some of the incidents we've seen in recent years with terrorist attacks and attacks on MPs as well.
Do you think, I mean, although I don't know, I'm speculating here, but it seems a pretty good guess they may have been part of a visitors group. I mean, there's a potential here, isn't there, that might have to be curbed? Really?
Yeah, I mean, from what I understand and have read so far, obviously all subject to investigation, it looks like they were part of a tour and kind of broke off and did their own thing. So I think there's a real need to review the security around that. I mean, it would be a great shame to have to stop that because it's fantastic that people can go in and look at our Parliament and see our democracy in action. So it'd be a great shame to stop that, but obviously there's a need to review the security there.
I mean, so breaches like this have happened before, because do you remember the bag of flour hurled at Tony Blair?
Oh, in the Commons.
In the Commons, yeah.
Yes.
When he was actually speaking.
Yeah.
And then they put up a big glass screen, so they can't do that. It's a shame because every time something like this happens, they may be protesting over something they feel is very good, but actually they're eroding that sort of basis of democracy, which is our ability to go and see the Houses of Parliament and actually go to debates.
Absolutely, and I think it kind of diminishes the protest in a way as well, because first of all, it's an attack on democracy, but also in the way these groups, Extinction Rebellion in particular, protest, it is kind of disrupting people's everyday lives, and they might be having making some valid points, but they lose the public.
Oh, that's interesting, is it, to see if what the public reaction is going to be to this, actually.
Yeah, I mean, a similar group, the Stop Oil group in Essex, where I'm from, a couple of days ago, were kind of smashing up the pumps at the petrol station and blocking the motorway. And actually, people do get really frustrated by it. And there are big arguments to be had about the environment, but when they're disrupting lives, and especially in the situation we're in at the moment, the economy, people are getting very frustrated about it.
It's interesting what they're protesting about, though. I suppose we ought to, they want a sort of, they want action now to be done over the cost of living crisis and a sort of citizens' assembly. Have they got a point?
Well, Parliament is a citizens' assembly, really, isn't it? I mean, we have an open democracy. People can stand for national or local government, and I think people get elected, and I think they just don't necessarily like the majority of people in the House of Commons at the moment.
I mean, it's interesting, though, from your perspective as a councillor now, do you think that you do listen enough to your constituents? I mean, if people go and complain or raise concerns, are they properly heard? Is action actually taken?
I think so. I mean, I try and be quite a modern councillor in the way that I do things. So I run community pages, do kind of street surgeries and try and be really active in my community. And I do think we have a real role to listen to people's concerns, whether we agree with them or not. But actually, I do think local democracy in particular is very vibrant, and there's always a lot of debates going on.
OK. Look, Holly, really good to talk to you this morning.
Thanks
very much indeed.
Yes, indeed. So do let us know what you think as well. Do you think that sort of protest works in any way at all? GBViews at gbnews.uk.
Let's bring you up to date with some of the other headlines this morning. And Russia says it's keeping its Nord Stream 1 gas pipeline to Germany closed after finding faults during maintenance. It comes just a day after the G7 agreed to put a price cap on Russian oil exports to Moscow's funding for the war in Ukraine.
The energy crisis is forcing manufacturers to consider cutting production or closing down altogether, according to the latest research. Make UK says half of the firms it surveyed have seen their electricity bills shoot up by more than 100% in the last year.
Bus journeys in England are going to be capped at £2 from January to help families struggling with the rising cost of living. The Department for Transport says the scheme could see some passengers save more than £3 on a single ticket.
And over 1 million care home residents, staff and housebound people in England will receive their autumn coronavirus vaccine booster from Monday. The rollout will then expand to involve 26 million people across England over the coming weeks, including the over 50s.
Thousands of new emergency beds will be given to shelters as part of a government scheme to end rough sleeping in England. The 3-year plan costs £2 billion, will also see more than 2,000 new supported living accommodations.
And NASA will try to launch its latest moon rocket again today after a failed attempt earlier this week. The initial launch plan had to be postponed following a temperature problem in one of the engines, but they're now expecting to launch Artemis 1 at around 7:15 p.m. our time from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida.
Can't believe
I
it.
can imagine we're looking forward to that.
Oh, we are looking forward to that.
Stay up late. That'll be late to watch that.
It will be late for us. Yeah, mind you, I've got half the British Army turning up at my house today for this barbecue.
Oh dear.
And their wives and girlfriends. So it's going to be.
Got big umbrellas and things.
We're going to have to do it inside, aren't we?
It's not the same, a barbecue inside. That's just cooking.
No, and then of course when it gets to about 7 o'clock, I'm going to have to leave them to it.
Yes.
And go to bed.
Well, no, 7:15 is the first
7:15.
launch. You have to watch that first.
Yeah.
Yeah. Give it a...
I mean, it'll be great to see. And of course, this is the test run, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's round.
I mean, it's an
round
enormous rocket.
Absolutely.
It's bigger than
huge.
the Saturn V, which launched the Apollo missions. So it is huge. It's going to be the biggest we've ever seen at all. And I, as a kid, watched the Apollos take off.
Yeah.
And they were much bigger deal than the shuttles, even though the shuttles were brilliant.
Yeah.
Waxing lyrical again now, aren't I?
I remember
very overexcited.
I stood on the launch pad of the Saturn
Yeah.
system launch pad 10 years ago nearly now.
At the Cape.
Oh, my goodness.
And that's enormous.
It is enormous.
Isn't it? And you've seen the big building that they used to construct it in, the VAB.
Yes.
Is it the VAB? The very...
Vehicle something.
Vehicle assembly building.
Yes, that's it.
But it was something like the very enormous building as well. I don't know. Anyway, it was the whole NASA thing. It would just be fun if we can get excited about space again.
Yeah. Yeah, but you see, we love all that sort of thing, you and I, so, I mean, it makes it easy for us. Though I did go and see the final shuttle. We went over there to see the launch, and it was all delayed, so actually we just missed the previous launch and then didn't see the actual... But we went in and saw the shuttle. They let us in to see the shuttle, because I knew an astronaut.
One does.
So they actually let us in, and we actually stood right... It was horizontal as being prepped, but stood right next to the shuttle and things. And the wheels were there. The wheels were that huge. I said, whatever you do, do not touch the wheels, because they're all wired up so that when it lands, they sensors and all that. Said if you touch it and move it, as a school child did once, it costs $10,000 to replace all the wiring.
Gosh.
So do not touch the wheels. It was amazing.
Just remember, if you're anywhere near a shuttle, don't touch the wheels.
Yeah, absolutely.
But no, I'm getting excited about it, and I just think it's fun for everybody. And I know there are problems in the world, but there will always be a space programme. I mean, some of the poorest countries have space programmes now. So you can't stop man exploring.
Well, we've got to explore. If we're going to survive, this planet will end at some point. I mean, a very long time away, but this planet will come to an end. We need to get out there.
But we also need to do research in how to deflect incoming meteors and things like that. So it's all quite important, really.
It is. It is.
Although, as we said, there are other things going on in the world, sadly, and international aid is continuing to arrive into Pakistan, where the flash flooding has killed more than 1,200 people. That's what we know, and left 1/3 of the country. 1/3 of the country is underwater.
Well, China, Saudi Arabia, Turkey and Qatar are some of the countries providing help, but the United Nations now warns that flooding is putting pressure on food supplies reaching neighbouring Afghanistan.
Let's talk now to Director of Programmes at the Al Mustafa Trust, Nisa Ahmed, who joins us now. And a very good morning to you. What's the latest as far as you know? How are things progressing in Pakistan?
Good morning. Well, first of all, thank you so much for having us on. Al-Muswa Welfare Trust is working in Pakistan since 1983, and we never seen such situation in Pakistan. Country has experienced extreme rainfall since the monsoon season began in mid-June. So, like you said, 1/3 of Pakistan is underwater, and 1 in 7 of the country's population has been affected. That is 33 million people we are talking about. So, not only 33 million people have been affected, 4,000 kilometers of the road wiped out, over 1 million of houses damaged or destroyed, and additionally 4 million acres of crops has been destroyed. And if we talk about the livestock, 800,000 livestock have died so far. So this will increase to food insecurity across the country, of course, and will severe impact on the economy. So damage is estimated to exceed more than $10 billion at the moment.
I mean, it's terrifying when we listen to those figures, Nasir, because you're looking at, as you say, an economic crisis now, a food crisis, and also, of course, emerging through this, you've got the potential of disease spreading as well. So actually, there's work, I guess, that needs to be done now, and work that you need to be planning ahead for in the coming weeks.
Yes, exactly. There is an outbreak of malaria, diarrhea, skin disease, and eye infection, and the number is horrendously high. So more than 90,000 diarrhea cases were reported from the worst hit province Sindh in last 24 hours alone. And the UN Children Agency said more than 3 million children were in need in humanitarian assistance. So what Al-Mustafa Welfare Trust is doing at the moment, we are setting up medical camps. We are providing food, cooked food to the families, obviously, and family food packs to families for a month, which will be enough for a family of 6 to 8 people. And but we are also setting up medical camps across 4 districts. So yes, we are working hard. We are facing a challenging in terms of delivering aid, but we are trying our best to keep it level up.
Is there any warning that this would happen and that it would be so extensive? I mean, organisations such as yourself must be, obviously you know the area very well. Did you have any warning that this sort of disaster might be coming?
So unfortunately, Pakistan don't have such warning system in place anywhere. There were discussion going on since 2010, you can say, when the last time flood hit in 2010. That was one of the worst flood we've seen. But they were in discussion. They will build a dam, but the monsoon season, we got 700 times more rain this year, and but overall there is no such system in place in Pakistan where you can get a warning. Even if you warn the people about the flood, they usually don't care or don't listen to the authorities. Also, lack of services like emergency services not in place properly. So these are the challenges at the moment.
Nisar Ahmed, good to talk to you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. I know you've got a lot of work ahead of you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Isn't it true that the 1/3 of Pakistan that we're talking about underwater, that's a much bigger area than the UK?
I don't know, but I would imagine so.
I think I read that statistic somewhere, but it's an absolutely enormous area. And of course, the terribly cruel irony of flooding like that is the first thing to go is clean drinking water.
Yeah.
You're surrounded by water, but it's no use to you at all. It's all polluted.
Dirty. Yeah. Oh, it's an awful situation. I mean, isn't it awful that whatever happens, whatever's going on in the world, and we all have our own problems, and certainly the UK's got a lot of problems at the moment, but then you have these natural disasters happening, and what can you do? Everyone's a bit limited in quite what you can do and how you can help and all these sort of issues. I'm sure a lot of people would like to help with that sort of support effort, but just haven't got any money at the moment.
Yes, exactly.
You know. So what do you do? Look, we were talking about zoos earlier on.
Zoos, because Bristol Zoo is shutting down. Actually, it's not as bad as I thought yesterday. It was actually closing for good. It's moving. We'll learn more about that a bit later.
Yeah, but Alison's been in touch. Morning, Alison. Oh, I dread to think what you went home to on this particular day. 1970s.
Yeah.
My dad had a brand new Ford Corsair blue with a black plastic roof in with it, like a sort of, I don't know, the black plastic.
I remember
They're
those,
like the fake convertibles. I don't know what they call them now. They look like a convertible, but they weren't. My dad let me and a friend take it to Cornwall, and we went to Longleat on the way.
Oh, not a monkey story again.
The monkeys not only stripped the wipers, but they sat on top, peeling back the roof.
No. That's why a lot of people now, when you go to safari parks like that, you get on one of their coaches and you go around in one of their coaches.
Yeah.
But you take your life in your hands. Well, no, not literally. If you take your own car, you wouldn't want to take one of your nice new shiny cars, would you?
I've just got a new car, so no. No.
No, because the monkeys will just completely rip them apart. And there's nothing you can do to get rid of them. You can't shout at them. You can't open the window and yell at them or anything like that.
So you can beep your horn, but it won't make any difference, I shouldn't think.
No. Well, they say you beep your horn and then a ranger comes to help you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but not nearly fast enough to save your windscreen wipers.
Yeah.
If you've got a funny safari park story, please let us know. Let's put a smile on faces this morning. GBviews at gbnews.uk.
And coming up, we're going to tell you more about Bristol Zoo. We've got a nice report as it prepares to close its doors and move somewhere else.
Hello, it's looking rather changeable across the UK through this weekend with a mixture of showers and longer spells of rain. Winds will often be quite strong at times as well, particularly in the north, but in between all of that, there will still be some warm sunshine. If we look at the pressure pattern then, you can see the reason why low pressure dominated our weather through this weekend, something we've not seen for quite some time. And as we head through Saturday, this weather front in the west will bring the focus of the heaviest of the rain. So quite a wet start to the day across parts of Northern Ireland and western Scotland. That rain often quite heavy and persistent and lasting throughout much of the day as well. So that's what's going to bring the risk of some localised flooding with a warning in force for heavy rain. Rain starting to creep in across the far west of Wales, southwest England, but elsewhere across the UK it will be drier with some bright or sunny spells. But that sunshine could spark off some heavy, possibly thundery showers through the afternoon, particularly across northern, central and eastern parts of England, although some places could escape them and stay with a dry day throughout. In that sunshine, still warm though, highs of 25 or 26 in the south, but those strong winds continuing across parts of the north. Now through the rest of Saturday into the evening and overnight, all those showers will continue to push their way northwards and eastwards. Dry for a time across England and Wales with one or two mist and fog patches, but then more heavy rain will spread in across Northern Ireland, parts of Wales, southwest England, with strengthening winds, particularly towards the southwest. But thanks to the cloud, wind and rain, it won't be a cold night anywhere. Temperatures holding up 14 to 17 degrees across the country once again. So we're going to have a largely dry start across some central and eastern parts of England on Sunday morning. Still some rain across the far north at first, but through the day clouding over across England and Wales as we see this rain spread its way eastwards, reaching central and northern parts by the afternoon. Still dry and bright across the far southeast and sunnier skies following from the west, although more showers likely to spread up from the southwest as we head through the afternoon. Still those strong winds across parts of Devon and Cornwall. So staying changeable as we head into Sunday and into the early part of next week as well, with a mixture of showers or longer spells of rain. But in between all of that, there will be some bright or sunny spells and winds will stay quite strong as well, with temperatures close to average for the time of the year.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
6:25 morning to you. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Now, as we were talking about just a few minutes ago, one of the UK's oldest zoos is set to move after 186 years. It's Bristol Zoo Gardens. I suppose once upon a time it would have been called the Zoological Gardens, wouldn't it? And it's been welcoming the public to its city centre venue for generations. But between COVID and the rising cost of living and now the energy crisis, visitor numbers have dwindled as costs soar.
Well, our southwest of England reporter Jeff Moody is one of the last visitors to the zoo's iconic site.
When they first housed animals here, the iconic Clifton Suspension Bridge was less than 5 years old. In nearly 200 years, Bristol Zoo Gardens has welcomed 90 million visitors and helped save 175 species from extinction. It survived 2 world wars, but it can't survive this. The perfect storm of COVID, inflation and rising energy costs has forced the site to close down.
Well, I came as a kid for the first time. I must have been about 8, I think. So our mum used to bring us here once a week. She had an annual zoo pass. So yeah, I'm just kind of reliving those memories.
Yeah, really sad. It's amazing. It's the first time I've ever been here, so I'm really glad that I was able to come before it closed.
Closing down it may be, but it's not disappearing. Bristol Zoological Society has another site a few miles up the road. They've run the 2 sites in tandem for years, but in current climes it's not practical or profitable to continue with both.
So really we took the decision, and the pandemic really forced our hands to concentrate on one site, and it has to be the Wild Place Project sites to really transform and focus on building the new Bristol Zoo on a site where we've got a bit more space, well 10 times the space, and much more flexibility to focus on our conservation and do what we want to do.
Staff have been migrating to the new site for weeks now. The hope is visitors will follow suit. But it's not just the visitors and the staff. The logistics involved in moving so many animals from one part of the county to another is quite frightening. But it's something that zoos up and down the country have been preparing for a very long time.
Some animals are easier, particularly things that are smaller are generally easier. But, you know, some things are much more delicate, you know, so some birds, they have a very high metabolism, so we have to make sure that the transport times are very short. And we do that by investigating all the options in terms of where they get moved and how quickly they're moved to make sure we do it in the right way.
The current 12-acre site is being sold for housing, sustainable living set in beautiful gardens. The sale will fund the development of the new Bristol Zoo, which will be built at the Society's Wild Place project and is due to open in 2024. They say moving house is one of the most stressful things you can do. The hope is, by then, the animals will be firmly ensconced in their new home and ready to be gawped at once more. Jeff Moody, GB News.
So lovely.
I love it. Isn't it wonderful? Now, there is a good argument for zoos, if you like, as long as they're modern and run well, because it reminds you just how incredible nature is.
It's fantastic.
I mean, the colour, if you're listening on the radio, I'm sorry, but we were seeing some absolutely beautiful meerkats and those parrots, the most unbelievable colours.
There's just something about seeing these animals that we don't have in nature over here, which is just fascinating. I mean, even zebras.
The zebras are just wonderful. Is it zebra or zebra?
Well, I would say zebra, but
I would say zebra.
in Africa they say zebra, don't they?
Don't know. Never been to Africa?
No.
Always wanted to. Never.
I'd like to go. My friend Kimberly's from. I would say Kenya. She says Kenya, which I suppose and she's Kenyan, so you.
Well, she should know.
So she should know.
Yeah. I've always wanted to go on safari.
Have
but
you?
It would have to be a posh safari.
Yeah.
I am not. I just can't slum it anywhere. I just couldn't. I'd have to have a retreat to go to where I could have a bath in the evening or something.
Yeah. Yeah,
have to be a posh safari.
Yeah,
and I've looked at them, they're very, very expensive, and I don't know whether I could do it now, but...
I'm like that with festivals, all these people going to festivals and things, and sometimes you think, I wouldn't mind going to, like, a festival, but I'd have to go back to a hotel and I couldn't do the whole camping and the...
No, not even the
toilets
glamping. No,
and all
still have
that.
to queue for the loo.
Yeah, I did that when I was younger, and I can't do it anymore.
Yeah.
You hit a certain point, don't you?
So maybe it's a zoo you have to go to. But I just think looking at those pictures reminds you that they do have a very important part to play, don't they? In just, how else are your kids going to see a zebra or a monkey or a little...
But isn't it interesting how they've evolved from being areas that were seen as, ultimately a negative, like they were little sort of like trophy cabinets, weren't they really?
Were, yeah.
To now something which is helping...
Almost, weren't
yeah.
they?
Oh, yeah. I mean, to get lions in cages and all that's horrific. But it's all changed, all for the good now.
Absolutely.
So, actually,
your
on
zoo, news, GBViews at gbnews.uk. Your favourite zoo?
Sian's been in touch on a similar theme, which is the circus. She said, I went to the circus once in 1960, never went again. Very wrong and sad to see chained performing animals. We must help rescue and preserve endangered rare creatures. Again, circuses have changed. You don't really have animals in circuses
they're humans now. They're humans doing amazing acrobatic tricks and things, aren't they?
I went to Blackpool, the Tower Circus, last year. It was amazing. All humans, of course.
Yeah.
It was amazing. Yeah. Really, really worth it. And very, very funny. The sort of circus master and clown and all that.
Yeah.
Very, very funny.
Interesting.
But it's worth doing. It's a 10 quid well spent.
We'll revisit Bristol Zoo a bit later on in the programme.
We will. Much more to come for you, though, including a look at this morning's newspapers.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
6:34, welcome back. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Shall we have a look at the front pages of today's newspapers? Now, Liz Truss will focus on solving the energy crisis on day one, according to The Telegraph. She wants to help people with the cost of living as best she can.
The Mail is calling for an end to the party probe witch hunt as a top QC calls it fundamentally flawed. The inquiry into Boris Johnson's conduct could find him in contempt of Parliament.
Liz Truss's crime proposals are meaningless, according to a police chief. He says her plans were sound bites and featured unrealistic targets. That's The Guardian for you.
Let's have a look at the papers then in a bit more detail with broadcaster and journalist Susan Holder and broadcaster extraordinaire, Liverpool legend himself, Pete Price. Morning to you both.
I'm so pleased to be back and working with that lady at the end. Because we're mates.
We are.
And we're mates, so it's a party today.
It is like a party.
Breakfast party.
Jolly.
Yeah, lovely. That's what we like.
News.
Well, you've been in Singapore, haven't you?
I've been to Singapore, yes. They're still wearing masks, and they've got some of the problems that we've got in England. Changi Airport has 6,600 staff short. So they've got the same problems as we got.
Wow.
Well, yes, it is all over, isn't it? But anyway, you made it back, and that's.
I made it back, which I'm pleased about.
Good.
Yes, jolly
I'm
good.
thrilled to be back on the award-winning programme. Your figures have been going through the roof while I've been away. I hope I'm saying the right things.
Not because you've been away.
Yeah, because you've been away.
Yes, that's right. Funny that.
They're on the rise, Pete. They're on the rise, which is what we like. Let's have a look at the Express, Susan. A snap election?
Well, yes, the front page. Tories put on war footing for snap election. That's a ridiculous headline, though, isn't it? Why have we got war footing when we don't need to mention that word in this context? And also, really, are we not going to do any work before we start campaigning for the next election? Don't they have better things to do?
When did they say there might be an election?
Yes, that's a very, very good question.
They're saying October
They're saying October
year.
the 5th, and they're saying if they leave it too long, they'll have missed their chance. I don't
It's their chance.
care.
They're 17 points behind in the polls at the minute.
Yeah, well, but if all we're going to do, as soon as whoever it is, and I don't think the result is in yet, despite the fact everyone seems to think they know, and won't it be hilarious if Rishi wins, because of all the polls... When have polls ever been right? I'm not sure if that is something to base it on. But the only reason I'd be interested in an election now is if I thought I could perhaps vote for the monster raving loony party, because that probably would be the only way to get us out of all the nonsense of people who are elected into positions and then seemingly do very, very little. And I don't want to hear about what they want to do with an election and why they should be the next government. Do something now.
Yeah, I think everybody realises whoever becomes Prime Minister has got to act fast, or they'll lose sympathy with anyone.
Because this is just navel-gazing again.
I've got to ask a question. Is Screaming Lord Sutch still alive?
No, he's gone.
He is, but the Monster Loony Party is...
Yes, there are still members, aren't there?
Yes.
Right. And actually, some of their ideas are not half bad.
He brought a little bit of happiness to elections.
Yeah,
he did.
He was a
But it's very British, isn't it, the Monster Raving Loony Party? And I like that. You know.
A terrible thing happened to him in Birkenhead, the Majestic, which is not there anymore. He used to swing down off a balcony, and so he'd swing down, and somebody, many years ago, some fellow went, don't like him, and put a chair up.
No, really?
That's horrendous.
Sorry, I have to tell you that.
My husband always said that he actually would consider running for the Monster Raving Loony Party. And
Well, he's got the hat.
He doesn't wear it every day.
Yeah.
But I think Noddy Holder as Monster Raving Loony would get a lot of votes.
It would.
And I'd rather not be first.
I was going to say a
lady,
frightening
or whatever
number
you
of
are.
votes, actually.
Yes, he would get a frightening number of votes.
He'd end up
That's
as
the way the
Prime
country
Minister
is. I think
or
we could
something.
see him in number 10 before. So I won't let him run.
No,
I won't let him
quite
run.
right.
Because
quite
we could
right.
end up with Noddy Holder for Prime Minister. We don't need that.
Well,
We don't need
if
it.
we
I
end
don't
up
know.
with Liz Truss as Prime Minister, she's been setting out her crime proposals.
Yep. It's on the front page of The Guardian. The police chief in charge of boosting crime figures said they're unrealistic targets. Lewis, who's the man himself, said that the effects of the cuts on the policing made by the Conservative government are just totally unrealistic, and other chief constables agree with him. What upsets me about this story, first of all, she's not even in yet. They're only talking about it. I get sick to death of targets in policing because I think they should just get on with the job and police. They have enough problems these days. They lost a lot of police. Thank goodness they brought some back. We've got major problems with murders. We've got dreadful problems with knife crime. Instead of giving us statistics all the time, let the police get on with the job. It's more important. I saw an arrest yesterday. I saw in Soho. I was walking through Soho, and a gentleman snapped off a windscreen wiper off a brand new ambulance. What was that about?
What?
The police were lovely with him. The police were really nice with him. They've arrested him, of course, but so where does that go in the statistics? We don't need statistics. We need the police to be allowed to get on with the job. Too much paperwork.
The problem with statistics as well is that you can massage them so that you go for the easy targets, so that makes your tick boxes look better. And it can be the same in education. I think statistics in the targets that they give schools mean that they do the things that are going to get them the ticks and don't necessarily look at what they should be doing in the education side. Or even
and getting votes on people's misery is dreadful as well.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be a policeman to save my life these days because they can't do right for wrong.
Yeah.
But this does not help.
No, it's a fair point. If you're a police officer, what do you think about all the stats?
And when you're out in action, actually doing your job, do you then have to come back
and do the
and tick a load of boxes, literally?
I'm glad you said that because I've always said over the years on my phone-in, I believe that each policeman should have a secretary they could use to take notes so they can get on with the job. Instead of having to write everything down, they could dictate to somebody and the notes are done, they can go out and police.
Or policewoman or police officer.
I beg your pardon. Beg your pardon. I was put in place by the Chief Constable, Serena. If you're listening, Serena, if you're up.
When
I was into... Oh, we are, mates. I'm with the last chief. Anyway, I was interviewing and I said...
Liverpool?
The problems you must have had with the manpower. Manpower! She went mental with me.
Yeah.
I left it in the interview.
You're not allowed to say that either. You can't say going mental at people either. That's another thing.
I'm not working with her again. She's getting on my nerves already.
Way out of order.
No, but this is where sometimes things...
let's not start.
Well, no, but honestly, when you've got to be so careful what you say.
Yeah.
I got told off once for saying things, someone was crazy.
Yeah.
For doing like one of these sponsored swim across the Atlantic or something ridiculous.
Stephen, if you listen to some of the stuff on YouTube of my early days in radio, and I've been 40 years doing a late night phone-in, I got away with the most... I cringe listening to myself.
Oh, times have changed a little bit. Not all for the better.
No.
Not all for the better. What's the Mail saying about this probe?
Yes, we're talking about getting away with murder. I think this is what this is all about. So this is Lord Panic has called for the what they're calling a witch hunt. Not my words.
Lord Panic.
Yes, P-A-N-N-I-C-K.
Great name.
It really is.
For an end to the investigation into the wrongdoings in government and particularly Boris Johnson, saying, and this is what's against me. He's warned the inquiry into whether Boris lied and all that risked having a wider chilling effect on ministers if they could be punished for inadvertently making a mistake. Well, yes, of course. But if people have made a mistake or done something wrong, it should be investigated and they should be held to account. I don't quite understand.
It's about whether or not he deliberately, intentionally misled Parliament.
But that doesn't. Since when is that a defence of anything? I mean, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. If I do something wrong, but my intentions were good, does that get me away with that?
No, but if you say something in Parliament and you were briefed wrongly or you had the wrong facts...
And there's parliamentary privilege to cover all sorts of things.
There is, yes.
So they already have that kind of backstop of everything. You can say things in Parliament and then kind of, use that parliamentary privilege. But the committee's approach, it risks damaging politics, leaving future prime ministers at risk of a similar... if they're going to have to watch what they say. Yes. Yeah. Well, what's wrong with that? You should be watching what you say. You should be watching what you do. You shouldn't just blunder about doing whatever you like and then go, oh, no, my intentions were fine.
Is this about the parties, about the chief whip or former deputy chief whip?
I don't know.
Who was, when he sort of denied knowing various bits and bobs when there was that inquiry.
But they can always say that. We can never be absolutely sure what anyone's intentions are. They can say whatever they like after the event. Oh, my intention was this. Well, you would say that, wouldn't you?
But if you can prove that you said something in good faith...
Yes, but I don't know how you would prove
No, I'm not sure how you would prove it. Is there any point in continuing with Partygate inquiries, do you think, now?
Well,
I mean, Boris Johnson...
We are all weary of it all, and there are bigger issues and there are bigger fish to fry. I get that completely, and I do agree with that. But at the same time, I don't like the fact that a lot of things were done and said that I don't think probably should have been, and nobody is going to be held to account.
But, you know, you could almost build a hospital.
Parliament. So what?
Well, you could almost build a hospital with the money
have
they're going to waste on more inquiries.
That's going to be their guess. It's too much money to spend.
No, I agree, but at the moment we have no money.
On this story, silence is golden.
Is it?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit torn. I'm going to see what you're saying.
Gives me
I don't know. Let's have a look at the Queen's health in the Mirror, Pete.
It says Queen's new health blow. Excuse me. She's doing nothing wrong, bless her.
Yeah.
She's a lovely lady who's growing old gracefully.
So what's that?
So she's not... What? First of all, what the hell's it got to do with anyone?
She's not going
if
to
the Prime Minister has to go and resign up in Scotland, wherever he resigns, respect for the woman.
Well, what is the Mirror saying here?
Well, they're saying that she's going to miss the Highland Games.
Well, that's it.
Tossing the caber.
I mean, she's been quite a few times. I'm not being funny. I mean, she might. I mean, I'm sure she's quite partial to a man in a kilt. Who isn't? But at the same time, if you could get away with going, do you know what? I don't quite feel up to it. I think I might sit this one out.
She's 96.
Leave her alone.
Precisely.
It's not. Yeah.
And then they made a big issue about the Prime Minister has got to go up to Scotland. Let's have a bit of respect. She's a lovely, graceful old lady.
Yes.
We want to sort out the other problems with her daughter-in-law before this. Don't start me on her.
No, do you know what worries me slightly about all this? And we know the Queen's time is it's limited. You know, she's 96. She won't live forever, and she's more aware of that than the rest of us. Headlines like this, to me, seem like they're almost upping the ante towards her.
It's not. I mean, it's not news, is it? Either an old lady doesn't want to go and sit outside in the cold. That's not a big news story that we need to.
Especially front page.
I know, but it isn't, is it? It's not a front page story. With everything else that we could be talking about, I don't think that.
I just hope they keep the papers from her, and she's having a nice. Enjoyable time.
I mean, that is outrageously just meant to sell a newspaper, isn't it?
Yeah.
That sort of headline.
Yeah, you think something really awful
if she wanted to, she'd go and look at them in kilts.
Yeah.
Of course she would. I've offered to take her place,
she's seen that many times.
I've offered to take her place, but they won't let me.
No, I bet. Susan, what's this in the Sun about a new sponsor for a football team?
Yes, so I am not very familiar with Hooters, the chain of restaurants where there are... They're calling them scantily clad, but in the picture they've got, I mean,
They look like a netball team.
They do a bit, yes. Yeah, they don't look like the volleyball either, who wear a lot less.
It's a big American chain, isn't it, Hooters?
I think it is. Apparently, I thought we had more, but there's only one, and it's in Nottingham. And they're scantily clad waitresses in they're fairly low-cut tops and shorts, although in the pictures they've got tracksuits on. And they look a bit like cheerleaders, actually. And the chain has sponsored a boys' football team, children's football team. And critics have cried foul after under-10s football team posted a new kit sponsored by Hooters. I mean, I think it was just an excuse for the Sun newspaper to put the word Hooters on the front page, because as they've kind of put in here...
But does that mean that their T-shirts are going to have the word Hooters on?
They do. Yes, it does have the word
I think if I were
Hooters,
the parent of one of those kids, I would be a bit worried about that.
But it also has a picture of an owl. I mean, it depends
Still
how
the
you
word
look at...
Hooters, isn't it? It's associated with the wrong thing, isn't it?
Do you? Well, if you think so. I mean, it has put here to explain to people who doesn't know that Hooters could be a word for boobs, if we're allowed to say that word, which I'm sure we are.
And by the way, they're opening in Liverpool.
And they're opening in Salford in Manchester as well.
Are they?
But I did, and it said, "What next?" The Scouts, sponsored by Anne Summers, says the Sun. Do you know what? It's a legitimate business. If they want to put their money into the local community, I actually don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Oh, no, I'd be protesting about that.
Would you?
Yeah.
I was in the Scouts. My mother wouldn't have been happy about that. Anne Summers on my uniform.
I'm sorry, there's a line and that's crossed.
I can't get that excited about it. I actually think if they're a legitimate business, which they are, and people kind of, they're using their money to put back into the community, I don't really see why they're being criticised that heavily.
And as you mentioned, Anne Summers, there's a bizarre statement where Anne Summers was in Liverpool. They've now, which is not there anymore, they've now just put a beautiful new statue of Brian Epstein. A bronze. And for those people who don't know who Brian was, Brian created the Beatles.
Yeah.
He certainly did.
Oh, well, there you go.
There are people who don't know who Brian Epstein was, I suppose.
Yeah.
I think we need to move on.
We do.
We're running out of time, sadly, but you'll be back again.
Oh,
keep
me away.
Maybe next time
Under an hour.
I can tell you about my latest encounter personally with Paul McCartney.
Okay.
Mentioning the Beatles.
Good
but,
stuff.
but you need to get on now with the news.
Well, we do.
We do.
Because it's quite a big day today. It's a launch.
Oh, there is a launch. We want to see it as well. After more than 50 years since humans first reached the moon, NASA are launching their new moon rocket, Artemis 1, today, which should take off at 7:17 p.m. Florida time. Oh, definitely won't be watching it then.
7:17.
That'd be like gone midnight.
No, it'll be here. Oh, yes, it will.
Yeah.
Oh, well, we'll be able to tell you all about it tomorrow morning. Anyway, it all comes as the first attempt to launch failed earlier in the week due to a problem with the engine. But experts say the only thing that could get in the way this time is the weather.
Well, let's talk to astronomer Mark Thompson, who joins us now. Mark, very good morning to you. Look, after Saturday, which was, or last week, was it Saturday or Sunday?
No, it was Monday or something, wasn't it?
Was it Monday? I can't remember. When it didn't happen, that was a problem. They seem to have got it all sorted. We've got to be fairly certain, haven't we, as much as we can be, that this will now happen today.
Yeah, rocket launches are a complex beast. It's difficult to making a statement that says the only thing that's going to stop us is the weather. There's so many moving parts in one of these projects, but the engineers have looked at the problems they had last week. There were leaks, there were sensor issues. None of them seem to be showstoppers, and the weather forecast is showing a 60% chance of a go for launch. So, fingers crossed, we're in a better shape than we were on Monday.
And this will be, when it happens, a spectacular launch because it is such an enormous rocket, isn't it? Far bigger than anything we've ever seen, actually.
Oh, I think his line's gone.
I think we've lost him, sadly.
Oh, dear. There you go. Let's keep looking at the pictures, though. Keep those pictures rolling.
Now, 7:17 Florida time
is
12:17 our time.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess it will be. Yeah.
Yeah, they're 5 hours behind, aren't they?
Get up after. Maybe I go to bed early and then get up and watch it.
Oh,
but it will be spectacular, I think.
Yeah.
I think we might have our guest back with us. I don't know. Are we still trying? Hello. Are you able to hear us? Oh, we've got a very bad line, haven't we?
I'll tell you what, Mark, thank you for trying to talk to us, but we'll leave it there because there's no point stopping and starting with that because it just looks and sounds irritating, doesn't it?
It does.
But I mean, the thing is with this, it's going to be up there for, I think it's 41 days, and it's going around the back of the moon.
Yeah.
And it's test run. There's nobody on board. There's
a dummy on board.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, there's a dummy with all sorts of sensors and things. Which would, I don't know what they're particularly testing for, because we know that man can go in rockets around the moon. That's been done before. But do you remember months and months ago we spoke to Anna-Lee Fisher, who was the first mother in space, and she has been working since her days doing spacewalks and things like that. She has been working on Orion, which is part of, I think it's the engine part of this Artemis, and she's there in Florida for the launch with her daughter, who is the CNN space correspondent.
Really?
And her granddaughter. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So the three of them are in Florida at the moment waiting for that launch. Really looking forward to it. Terribly upset that it didn't happen a few days ago. But
and it is, just to clarify, it all gets very confusing. It is 7:17 UK time.
Oh.
It is UK time, which will be 2:17 Florida time.
Sorry, so we got our wires crossed there. So it's 7:17 UK time.
UK time, so we can watch it. Thank heavens for that. But it means that within perhaps a couple of years, we could be back on the moon. And which, thankfully, will put all the conspiracy theorists to...
Oh, no, they'll never stop.
They'll
never stop. They'll say this is a,
But of course, the big thing now, whereas we went last time, it was just, really just to see what was there. And when you think we knew so little about everything that was actually going on up there, and actually even what the surface was like. I mean, when they were landing, they didn't know if they were going to even go through the crust or anything. They knew nothing at all.
No, they knew that there was space dust, but they had no idea how
deep it was.
Yeah.
No. So now, at least, they're going with specific things. They're looking at things like, because they know now there is sort of ice in certain parts of the moon and under some of the surface, which they can then use for all sorts of things, for perhaps a colony up there at some point, and also, crucially, for fuel, which you can then use for... It's much easier for the longer space missions to things like Mars and things, if you're doing that more regularly, than actually to launch from the moon, because it's got lower gravity, means you need sort of less fuel to get going.
And there's no doubt there's a space race happening this time too, because I think the US is very, very keen to get there before China, frankly. And why, you could ask again, it may be a cynical reason, but there are lots of people saying because they think on the dark side of the moon there may be some very important minerals like, for instance, lithium. Which we are very short of.
We are very short of lithium, and we use it in everything, don't we?
Yeah.
Mobile phones and all this sort of technology. It's where all the lithium goes.
That's right. And if there's lithium on the dark side of the moon, frankly, there will be a race to get there to mine it.
Yeah.
And that's why I think we're seeing the start of a space race again, which in one way is good news because it furthers space exploration.
And technology.
Yeah.
It all improves technology, which is a really good thing. But anyway, that's something we're excited about. Are you excited about it? Maybe not as much as us. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Get in touch and tell us what you're doing today. Are you going to the zoo, for instance? We'll be paying another visit to Bristol Zoo a bit later on in the programme.
Yeah, but coming up, we're going to be looking at all the headlines, plus Britain's pothole problems are deepening. We'll bring you more in a couple of minutes.
Hello, it's looking rather changeable across the UK through this weekend with a mixture of showers and longer spells of rain. Winds will often be quite strong at times as well, particularly in the north, but in between all of that, there will still be some warm sunshine. If we look at the pressure pattern then, you can see the reason why low pressure dominated our weather through this weekend, something we've not seen for quite some time. And as we head through Saturday, this weather front in the west will bring the focus of the heaviest of the rain. So quite a wet start to the day across parts of Northern Ireland and western Scotland. That rain often quite heavy and persistent and lasting throughout much of the day as well. So that's what's going to bring the risk of some localised flooding with a warning in force for heavy rain. Rain's starting to creep in across the far west of Wales, southwest England, but elsewhere across the UK it will be drier with some bright or sunny spells. But that sunshine could spark off some heavy, possibly thundery showers through the afternoon, particularly across northern, central and eastern parts of England, although some places could escape them and stay with a dry day throughout. In that sunshine, it's still warm though, highs of 25 or 26 in the south, but those strong winds continuing across parts of the north. Now through the rest of Saturday into the evening and overnight, all those showers will continue to push their way northwards and eastwards. Dry for a time across England and Wales with one or two mist and fog patches, but then more heavy rain will spread in across Northern Ireland, parts of Wales, southwest England, with strengthening winds, particularly towards the southwest. But thanks to the cloud, wind and rain, it won't be a cold night anywhere. Temperatures holding up 14 to 17 degrees across the country once again. So we're going to have a largely dry start across some central and eastern parts of England on Sunday morning. Still some rain across the far north at first, but through the day, clouding over across England and Wales as we see this rain spread its way eastwards, reaching central and northern parts by the afternoon. Still dry and bright across the far southeast and sunnier skies following from the west, although more showers likely to spread up from the southwest as we head through the afternoon. Still those strong winds across parts of Devon and Cornwall. So staying changeable as we head into Sunday and into the early part of next week as well, with a mixture of showers or longer spells of rain. But in between all of that, there will be some bright or sunny spells and winds will stay quite strong as well, with temperatures close to average for the time of the year.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
An investigation is to be launched into security at the Houses of Parliament following a protest by environmental activists.
There were around 50 protesters from Extinction Rebellion, with some supergluing themselves to the Speaker's chair in the House of Commons, whilst others chained themselves to railings outside.
Yeah, well, good morning to you. It is 6 o'clock. No, it's not. It's 7 o'clock. What am I talking about? It's Saturday, the 3rd of September. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
Yeah, we're not very good with our times today, are we?
Oh, it's early, though.
Oh, it is. We're live across the whole of the UK on both your TV and your radio. Wherever you are, you can take us with you. So, let's have a look at the top stories this morning.
And 8 people have been arrested after Extinction Rebellion protesters entered the House of Commons. They demanded a citizens' assembly be formed to debate the climate crisis. But of course, the big question is, how did they get in?
And we're all going potty because Britain's pothole problems are deepening as the cost of fixing Britain's roads spirals out of control.
And Bristol Zoo locking its gates after 186 years. But fear not, they're not gone for good. They are moving to a new site.
And as ever, you can join in any of our discussions. Please do by emailing gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Well,
it would be lovely to hear from you this morning.
It would.
You need to lighten the mood.
I tell you what, we have had quite a lot of emails this morning already, but they've quite serious stuff, and people not very happy about things, which
particularly about the Extinction Rebellion.
Yeah, and you know, and it's not your very valid views, but let's have something a bit lighter. Because do you know what? So fed up. I tell you what, I don't know if it's lighter or not, or just worrying. The Sun's got a story about prisoners, right? Because apparently they're brewing their own drinks, Bloody Marys.
Alcohol?
Yeah.
How are they doing that?
They're doing it and apparently getting legless by mixing hand sanitizer with tomato juice. I mean, you can't make it up.
I suppose there's alcohol in some of those sanitizers.
Oh, yeah, there is quite a lot.
But
hooch, the prison officer's calling it hooch. It's relatively easy to brew. And it can be very disruptive with drunken prisoners becoming violent. But you can't... Surely that can't be good for you.
No, it can't.
Drinking hand sanitizer.
It's like drinking any form of basic alcohol is not good at all.
No. I mean, I cannot understand that at all. Also, we were saying, just in the break between us, weren't we? You were saying, a lot of the papers, I mean, again, in The Sun, they've got a big spread on Liz Truss, the inside story of the Prime Minister in waiting. There's a lot of assumptions being made.
I think nearly every newspaper has now assumed that Liz Truss is going to be Prime Minister, and they're talking about it in those terms, which must be awful for anyone in Rishi Sunak's camp. But it's just this assumption that the press are crowning her before the actual results of the real poll. And I don't like it. There's something not very nice about the fact that it's almost as though the press barons have all got together and said, let's crown Truss.
So as we've been saying, well, I've been saying, well, it's, you know, she's likely to win, isn't she? I mean, we're going on the polls. but maybe it's wrong, because every time we talked to a Ready for Rishi fella yesterday, didn't we? And he was saying, well, everyone I talk to, and the polls of this and the polls of that, it's all very close. So I don't know, maybe we are totally wrong with the polls. Maybe Rishi Sunak has got everything to play for. Well, not anymore, because the voting finished yesterday, didn't it?
Yes, and why are they making us wait so long to hear the result now?
I don't know, because not all, but the vast majority of voting, and you tell us if you've done it, but you do it online.
Yes.
So, I mean, you could get almost an instant result.
Yes, you would have thought so.
That's the advantage of that. So there might be still... you could send it in by post, so there'll be a few thousand.
But, if you look at the front pages, there's a picture of Liz Truss and her husband on the front there in party mode, and they're sort of saying they are the ultimate power couple. There's that big spread in the Sun, which is almost of her looking, doing the glamour shoot. It's quite extraordinary.
It'd be interesting to see, because it's the first... Mr Truss, or if he is Mr Truss, has not been at any events. He's not been involved in any of this whatsoever. A very quiet figure.
Hugely supportive, but quiet, yes. Hugh O'Leary is his name.
Oh, so O'Leary. So she's Liz O'Leary.
Yes.
Presumably.
Presumably, really, yeah.
Do you know, if you become Prime Minister, do you have to use your real name? Or you...
She'll be... She's always been professionally known as Liz Truss. No, she'll be Prime Minister Truss.
That I don't understand.
All the newspapers will call her Liz all the time anyway, won't they?
Yeah. What about changing names? Because you didn't change your... Mind you, I wouldn't change your name if you were called Diamond. It's fantastic.
Exactly. Why would you? But I can't... I understand why some people would want to. But no, I've loved my name. And anyway, it sort of would have died out if I'd changed my name.
Yeah.
Because my father had 3 daughters. And so Diamond is very important to us.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Well, you don't get many diamonds, do you?
There aren't an awful lot of diamonds around, no.
Oh,
there are, quite a lot. And a lot of people used to accuse me of having a stage name. They think I made it up. Yeah, no, it's a real name.
Oh.
In fact, my sister is, looking into our whole genealogy.
Oh, is she?
Yeah, and she's gone back quite a way. She's doing really well. And they're all diamonds all the way, yeah. Diamonds from Ireland, mostly.
Oh, really? There you go. Who knew Ireland had a diamond trade?
Oh, in Antrim, diamonds are big. Literally. Good morning to any diamonds in Antrim.
Yeah, love it. It is a lovely name. It makes you stand out from the crowd.
Yeah, although it's got nothing to do with diamonds. The jewel. They think it derives from dye mongering, D-Y-E mongering.
Oh right.
But you have to go way back. Though we've gone right back already to the 1700s and something, and they're still diamonds, spelt like diamonds.
Right. Oh, there you go.
So it's going well.
And now let's have a look at I don't have to tell you much about Dixon. Son of Dick, isn't it? I mean,
yes,
that's about as far as it goes. I think. I don't think there's anything more interesting in it than that. But there you go. An investigation is going to be launched into security at the Houses of Parliament following a protest yesterday by environmental activists.
Yeah, there were around 50 protesters from Extinction Rebellion as they demanded a citizens' assembly be formed to debate the climate crisis, with some activists chaining themselves to railings at the palace gates.
Now, one climbed the scaffolding, there's plenty of scaffolding there at the minute, unveiling a banner to onlookers.
But, of course, the big question is, how did they get there? And should we be worried that obviously Parliament was in recess, but, the fact that they could get in there at all is a worry. And anyone who's ever visited the Houses of Parliament knows that security is usually really, really strict. So joining us now is former head of Royal Protection, Di Davis. Very good morning to you, Di. Thanks for joining us.
Good to you, from one Di to another of sorts.
Indeed, indeed. So what's your reaction? I mean, it's quite shocking, isn't it, that the protesters managed to get in?
Well, I'm quite horrified. It's unbelievable that in today's security, and don't forget, as I understand it, a firm called Westminster PLC were awarded the contract to actually review all the security 2 years ago. So what on earth has gone wrong? I can't tell you, because as you rightly say, security there is as high as anywhere. It's as bad as if somebody got into Buckingham Palace, in my humble opinion. And really, somebody has to look again at what on earth we're doing, both internally and the patrolling externally. I remember when the IRA were trying to combat or attack the royal family, we put police officers at strategic points. So you had a human eye on top of the technical, as it were. It just beggars belief, frankly.
I mean, they were, from what we can understand, and we may be corrected as things move on, but they seem to have been part of a tour group who then sort of dashed away and burst their way into the chamber. Now, are we getting a bit carried away in the sense that if it was a serious problem and they had any sort of weaponry or anything else on them, that would have been picked up well before that point?
Well, you may well be right. And as you say, we don't know all the facts. But the fact is that they actually got into the Speaker's chair. Now, my understanding, there are strict rules and they are searched. You can't bring banners, you can't bring flags. So who searched them, and in what manner were they searched, and how could so many bring in so many aspects of their protest? I really do think it beggars belief that this has happened, and questions, as you say, rightly should be asked, because if we can't protect Parliament, what hope is there for the rest of us?
Do you think, I mean, you quite rightly said there that in the days of IRA problems, the security had to be very, very strict. Do you think we've become complacent?
Well, I would hope not, because the threat from terrorism is still there. We're still at the middle level of threat, which says an attack in this country is likely. So in my opinion, we've got to look again at the search methodology. If indeed they were allowing tours, and I question whether we should allow tours when we have a high risk aspect, particularly if there aren't sufficient officers to police it. But, you know, that's one of the issues. As I understand it, over the years, there have been so many chiefs, perhaps not enough Indians, all debating who's in charge, from the Speaker to the Master at Arms and all the other people who purport to be in charge. Really, if you've got too many cooks in a kitchen, the broth will spill.
I mean, I've got to say, I know peaceful protest is an important part of our society, and we've got to bear that in mind. But, I mean, I can't help but think, Diane, I don't know what your view is, that these protesters have got to be either extremely blasé or pretty stupid, to be honest, because there are armed police all over the Palace of Westminster. There is, I mean, you stood actually a very real chance of getting shot, didn't? I mean, that's the potential there.
Well, as you say, rightly, many officers guarding Parliament are armed. Clearly, protesters are in a different league, but sometimes you have to make split-level decisions. I simply don't understand how this has happened. You should have layers, like an onion. When you're protecting anywhere, there should be inner, outer and inner defences. And the Speaker's chair, and where the MPs sit, surely is an area which should be properly protected. I suspect perhaps that, I don't know, but how this group were able to. And the other thing with policing and security and guarding is instinct. You know, where was the instinct where you see this cabal of individuals? And as you say, protest is OK, but with great respect, not in the middle and heart of our Parliament. Go and do it in Hyde Park, as I say. You can protest as much as you like there, but not in Parliament. You're wasting police time. But also, in one sense, they've done a favour because they've exposed, clearly, there are issues and questions to be asked. And I certainly, if I was in charge, would be asking them this very morning. I'm sure others are too.
Yeah, very fair point. Di, really good to talk to you, as always. Thanks very much.
Yeah, we've had quite a lot of reaction to that. Janet has already emailed in saying, why don't they leave these people where they are? In other words, they superglued themselves to the Speaker's chair. Why did they bother ungluing them? How long will they last without food, water and toilets? David says the same thing. David from Lincolnshire. Hi, David. He says, good morning. I can't understand why anyone releases these protesters who superglue themselves to objects. Self-inflicted, I'd just leave them there. They wouldn't do it again, and others would think twice about gluing themselves to anything.
Keith calls them thugs with insurrection, charged them with insurrection. Wipe the smug smiles off their faces. I don't think insurrection would work. But, I mean, it's that fine line, isn't it? Protests are fine. Peaceful protests, absolutely fine. They can be very disruptive, they can be problematic, but they're legal, fine. But when it comes to things like Parliament, where we have to have a working democracy. If you don't agree with anything that's going on, at least we have this democracy, and that has to be protected. It's why MPs need to be... I know we get annoyed with MPs, but MPs need to be protected. It's why the attacks and, sadly, the murders of MPs that we've seen over recent years is really problematic.
That's the problem. I mean, Extinction Rebellion may very well believe completely in their cause and may be justified in many ways, but getting into there actually erodes democracy, doesn't it? Because it makes it more difficult for the proper process of democracy to happen. I mean, we were talking earlier about the fact that there was a protester, do you remember in the time of Tony Blair's premiership, who got in and threw a bag of flour at him? And at the time, everybody was shocked. So what if it hadn't been a bag of flour?
Well, that's the thing.
Something worse?
It was at a time when there had been, particularly in the States, there had been sort of anthrax and things sent through the post. So there was a real... And it happened during PMQs, I think.
That's right, it did. And it was where the gallery where the ordinary people can go. So now there's a big glass screen there to stop anyone doing that. That's what I mean. It starts to erode the whole process of democracy. They're screwing it up for everybody else, really.
And I do think it's a very nice thing if you can go in and visit the Commons and go and have one of the tours and all the rest of it. I wonder, though, I say it as someone who's been in there a lot over the years, so I've had the privilege, but I wonder if we should just stop that now.
Or maybe you have to be positively vetted before you're allowed in. You know, maybe you have to go through the whole process of them vetting you.
Maybe allow school trips and things in, but just ordinary punters.
But you see, that erodes democracy.
Well, it does erode democracy.
It's our parliament. We should be allowed in to see the process going on. And these people, you can argue, these people are stopping that.
Yeah.
Because there will be further security now. And yes, you may well be right. It may stop. They may say that enough of ordinary people coming in to see Parliament, and that's a terrible shame.
It is a shame. It is a shame. There's something very magic. I have to say, there's something very magical about walking into the chamber of the House of Commons or into the House of Lords and seeing where democracy, which drives us mad, doesn't it, half the time? We spend our lives talking about it. But to see where it happens. There's something very special about that.
Oh, it is. It's amazing.
But maybe it will all come to an end.
The people who've walked there before.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely amazing. And the history of it. Woo.
I always think of Churchill.
Yeah.
We sort of stand at the dispatch box. I just always think of Churchill.
But I tell you what, when you go through and you go... Westminster Hall is on your left and you go further in through, there's a statue there with a big hole in it, or like a gash in it. And I think, wasn't the story, it was a suffragette protesting there?
Oh, don't know.
And somebody, either she took a swipe at something or somebody took a swipe at her and actually hacked a bit out of the statue. There's a story to it. I'll try and find it out for you. But that's interesting because she was a suffragette and she got inside and she protested.
You see, isn't it interesting? You see, that it confuses matters, doesn't it, to an extent? Because then we see that as a piece of history. You know, isn't this fascinating? Because she was fighting a very just cause. Whereas if it happened now, we'd be saying you've damaged this and it's all...
Yes. So, there you are. Maybe I've, shot down my own argument.
I don't know. What do you think? gbviews@gbnews.uk. Let's bring you up to date with some of the other headlines. Russia says it's keeping... Now, this perhaps comes as no surprise. It's keeping its Nord Stream 1 gas pipeline to Germany closed. It was only meant to be shut for a couple of days. It's keeping it closed after finding faults during maintenance.
Oh, yes.
Comes just a day after G7 countries agreed to put a price cap on Russian oil exports to reduce Moscow's ability to fund the war in Ukraine.
And the energy crisis is forcing manufacturers to consider cutting production or closing down altogether, according to new research. Make UK says half of firms surveyed have seen their electricity bills shoot up by more than 100% in the last year.
Thousands of emergency beds will be given to shelters as part of a government scheme to end rough sleeping in England. It's a 3-year plan, £2 billion. It will also see over 2,000 new supported living accommodations.
And the International Atomic Energy Agency says the damage that's been done to Ukraine's Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant is unacceptable. They're currently inspecting the plant now, which has been under the control of Russian forces since March.
I know the rough sleeping project is very expensive. £2 billion is a lot of money, especially at the moment.
Let's hope it works.
But you've got to do something. It breaks my heart, actually, when you see people come up to you. And some of them are just in such desperate need. I got stopped a while ago by a young man. I mean, I don't know how old he was, 18, 19. And he was desperate. You could see he was absolutely desperate for something to eat. And you just think, what is going on in their lives that this has happened?
Well,
that can't, and
it's
cannot be
very
allowed.
often when we do, and I'm sure you have it from time to time, interview people like that, or you watch a documentary where they interview people like that. It's usually a whole load of things all happening at once, isn't it? A little bit of mental problems, usually mental breakdown in the family very often. In some cases, that forces people out, losing a job, and sometimes to some people it all happens at once, and that's why they end up literally on the street.
But we can't, we cannot let it continue.
There should be somewhere, at least, that's a proper, decent place for them to go. And a warm bed.
And get things back together.
Yes, to rebuild. How can you rebuild if you're just living on the street?
And of course, a lot, I mean, not all, but there is certainly a high proportion of former armed forces.
Yes, that's right.
Who really, and often because they're really struggling with mental health and getting back into civilian life and all the rest of it. We cannot allow that to continue. No matter what it costs,
it's a lot of money.
Yeah,
it's a lot of money, but let's hope it's going to be spent in the right way that actually reaches the right people.
Yeah, let's hope so.
Now, let's move on to something that really gets your goat, I think, doesn't it? In fact, it's more than that, because, yes, it can actually do damage. Britain's pothole problems. Well, apparently they're getting worse because the cost of fixing them goes up. Councils in England apparently have seen the price of a pothole repair jump by 22%.
Now, the war in Ukraine and international supply chain issues mean some potholes are predicted to take 6 months or longer to fix.
Much longer, I'd say.
Why? I don't quite understand why. I mean, you need sand, grit, and tarmac.
And a team to go out and get things done, don't you? Pothole fixers. Well, we sent our East Midlands reporter, Will Hollis, out with the nation's famous pothole campaigner, Mr. Pothole.
There's at least 12 potholes in that short section of road. So it's a perfect example. You don't have to travel that far.
In Brackley, Northamptonshire, the life of a pothole is always at risk of being shortened. Mark, aka Mr. Pothole, has become a menace for local councils, but a hero for Britain's roads and its users.
I mean, these have been marked up by the local council, but in reality, with their intervention criteria, it'll be up to 6 months before they actually get repaired. But in that time, they will get worse. If they get worse, and I monitor it, I will chase them because they become a danger.
He's spent the last decade of his life campaigning for road repairs, but now he's needed more than ever. The rising price of fixing a pothole is soaring, and as a result, fewer are being filled. 2 hours away in Lincolnshire, this hole hasn't escaped its fate. From the fuel in the tools to the black bits of bitumen, everything costs more. Before the war in Ukraine, many materials came from Russia, and now global supplies are squeezed.
This pothole here in Grantham isn't going to be a problem for locals anymore, but the price of fixing it for councils like Lincolnshire is going to continue to cause difficulties because the exponential increase is almost unbearable.
Fuel's up 135%, tarmac a 65% increase, bitumen rising by 30%, and on average, a pothole repair costing up to 22% more. Some local authorities are rationing supplies. Lincolnshire County Council says it has to prioritise jobs.
Fundamentally, it's a function of spend. Without the money to spend on the materials, on the labour, on the fuel to move everybody around, we're going to really struggle to keep on top of the potholes.
The Local Government Association represents councils in England and Wales. It says a £400 million cut to the government's yearly road maintenance budget has already put councils under pressure. Councillor Reynard says more cash is needed for authorities to function.
Given the increasing costs of both the materials and energy and other inflationary costs, that this poses an additional pressure on local councils when they're already very short of resources to carry out other statutory duties.
A Department for Transport spokesperson says the government is providing over £5 billion of investment over Parliament for highways in England, and that this is enough to fill millions of potholes a year. Back in Brackley, Mark's on to the next job. Being Mr. Pothole has become part of his identity. But a total rethink of road repairs is his dream ending for Britain's pothole nightmare.
Repairing potholes is a waste of money. You're better off to renew the asset itself properly and have a long-term plan. Governments have not really woken up to that.
Will Hollis for GB News in the East Midlands.
What a fascinating man.
Oh, Mr. Have you ever interviewed him?
No.
Oh, yeah. He was hanging up his boots as Mr. Pothole a few years ago. He's clearly put them back on again.
He hasn't been able to. He's still got a job to do, hasn't he?
Honestly, I talked to him years ago, and he said one of the big problems, and actually I saw it where I live, is that the councils, to save money, try and fill the potholes on the cheap.
Yeah.
But then they're just... They
just crumble, don't they?
They're sinking again win weeks.
Yeah.
So you've got to do it properly.
I mean, that one we saw being repaired there was done very well. Very nice.
Absolutely,
very nice.
You
don't usually see them that nice, do you? But it's an expensive business. But then potholes got... Do you remember in New York in the 80s, the potholes got so bad that people... cars would just sink into them. It was appalling. And all it took was a really good mayor. And I hasten to say, it might have been Giuliani, I don't know. In fact, I don't think it was Giuliani. But it took a really good mayor of New York and it fixed them straight away. It's no longer the city of potholes, but it was in the 80s.
Oh.
Really, really bad.
It's funny when you look at Giuliani, because he was actually a very good mayor of New York.
Extremely good.
Cleaned it up, so because the...
and he was brilliant on 9/11. Absolutely brilliant.
But then he
seems to have gone...
Slightly...
On another planet.
He's gone slightly bizarre, hasn't he?
Putting it really nicely.
Especially when his hair ran. You know, his hair dye ran.
Oh, that's right. Maybe he's always been a bit eccentric, but he was very good as a mayor.
Yeah. Look, morning, Patsy. Thank you for getting in touch, Patsy. She says, it's great to see you both. Just lost the dog.
Oh,
and another not arriving till October. But it's good to see you. It's such a help. Oh, Patsy. I know losing a pet.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not a pet, are they? They're a member of the family.
No, they're a friend.
So sending lots of love to you, Patsy.
Oh.
And look forward to October and getting a new, I don't know if it's a puppy or a rescue, whatever you're getting, but that's something to look forward to.
It's not long till October, and maybe it's good to have a little bit of time in between, just to get your brain together.
Do you know what? I always thought that. I always thought you should have a gap between pets.
Mm-hmm.
And then, more recently, I thought, because Timmy, the cat, is sort of 14-ish. He's a rescue, so I think he's about 14. And he's got a good few years left in him.
I would have hoped so.
But I just sort of think, I don't know if I'm going to have to get something like straight away. I think the house would just be so empty without him.
Gosh, you get used to that. I mean, Ellie is the first time I've ever owned a dog in my life. And when occasionally she's away, usually at the beginning of one of my holidays or at the end, and she's still with the people who look after her. The house is weird.
Awful,
just going up and down the stairs and not hearing her little... Because she follows me around like that, tries to trip me up down the stairs. One day I'm going to be found at the bottom of the stairs, I know, because she got round my ankles. But yet you miss them so much when they're gone. So, we're thinking of you, Patsy. It must be tough at the moment.
Yeah. Well, at least we'll keep you company.
Yes.
And then when the new dog arrives, pictures, please, email them in. In fact, email us some pictures of the dog that
you've
just lost.
Yeah.
And we'll have a look. It'd be nice to see her.
In fact, we'll talk animals in a few moments because we've got lots more to come, including our GB News reporter, Jeff Moody, who will be live for us at Bristol Zoo.
Hello, it's looking rather changeable across the UK through this weekend with a mixture of showers and longer spells of rain. Winds will often be quite strong at times as well, particularly in the north, but in between all of that, there will still be some warm sunshine. If we look at the pressure pattern then, you can see the reason why low pressure dominated our weather through this weekend, something we've not seen for quite some time. And as we head through Saturday, this weather front in the west will bring the focus of the heaviest of the rain. So quite a wet start to the day across parts of Northern Ireland and western Scotland. That rain often quite heavy and persistent and lasting throughout much of the day as well. So that's what's going to bring the risk of some localised flooding with a warning in force for heavy rain. Rain starting to creep in across the far west of Wales, southwest England, but elsewhere across the UK it will be drier with some bright or sunny spells. But that sunshine could spark off some heavy, possibly thundery showers through the afternoon, particularly across northern, central and eastern parts of England, although some places could escape them and stay with a dry day throughout. In that sunshine, still warm though, highs of 25 or 26 in the south, but those strong winds continuing across parts of the north. Now through the rest of Saturday into the evening and overnight, all those showers will continue to push their way northwards and eastwards. Dry for a time across England and Wales with 1 or 2 mist and fog patches, but then more heavy rain will spread in across Northern Ireland, parts of Wales, southwest England, with strengthening winds, particularly towards the southwest. But thanks to the cloud, wind and rain, it won't be a cold night anywhere. Temperatures holding up 14 to 17 degrees across the country once again. So we're going to have a largely dry start across some central and eastern parts of England on Sunday morning. Still some rain across the far north at first, but through the day, clouding over across England and Wales as we see this rain spread its way eastwards, reaching central and northern parts by the afternoon. Still dry and bright across the far southeast and sunnier skies following from the west, although more showers like to spread up from the southwest as we head through the afternoon. Still those strong winds across parts of Devon and Cornwall. So staying changeable as we head into Sunday and into the early part of next week as well, with a mixture of showers or longer spells of rain. But in between all of that, there will be some bright or sunny spells, and winds will stay quite strong as well, with temperatures close to average for the time of the year.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh my goodness. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of 2 wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
7:31 morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Yes, and thanks very much for getting in touch. We got some lovely, lovely views, and some of them uplifting as well, which is what we needed, didn't we? Because there's such a lot of grumpy news around, isn't there?
Yeah.
It's nice to have our morning lifted. I love this one. Mike from Newport says, you're going to read that one.
No, you do. That's great.
Good morning, Anne and Stephen. With the impending launch, it is interesting to reflect that the very first powered flight was less than 120 years ago at Kitty Hawk. I wasn't around then, but my lifetime has seen the first passenger jet in service operated by BOAC, the excitement of Telstar, Yuri Gagarin, Alan Shepard, John Glenn, and JFK's commitment to landing a man on the moon, the tragedy of Apollo 1, the great success of Apollo 11, and the wonder of saving the crew of Apollo 13, the highs and lows of the shuttle, the ISS, and now the ambitions of Artemis. Wonderful progress in so few years. Isn't it sad that the spirit of science, engineering, and cooperation that allowed all of that can't be seen in how our earthbound lives are led?
I mean, it's just...
Well put.
Honestly, isn't it amazing? When you sort of think of the progress we have made in such a short amount of time, it's phenomenal. It is absolutely phenomenal. Great stories from the zoo. Carol from Shoreham Beach. Oh, Shoreham Beach, I bet that's nice. About 50 years ago, we took the children to Chester Zoo. Don't know if it's still there. Yes, it is. I must say I was very impressed. Not all in cages, The huge chimp was standing in a huge field with just a moat between him and us. When he stood up, we got to see his full height, and then he weed straight at us. Something I will never forget. Great education for the children.
Yeah, that's something the children don't forget, you see. It's wonderful. Yeah.
Chester Zoo, I remember going to Chester Zoo on a school trip.
Yeah.
And it was
It's
fantastic.
like Bristol Zoo. It's one of the old zoos.
It's one of the old ones.
Always been there, sort of almost Victorian, I guess.
Mm.
And then we were talking about safaris, and Caroline in North Devon puts it beautifully. She says, I've been 3 times to Kenya and Tanzania. It is impossible to put into words how amazing it is to see the animals when it's you in the box and not them. Can't recommend you go more highly. And you can have proper loos, Anne. Yeah, thank you.
Toilet.
Good. You've got to have, and a bath. Actually, somebody also said, oh yes, here we are. Julia said, my favourite safari park was in Kenya. Our first safari, 17 years ago, an experience I'll never forget. Even the tent experience, because we had a bath and the lodges we stayed in were incredible. So no slumming for us, worth every penny.
I'd love to know what it costs.
Yeah, it's expensive, I've looked.
But it would be a nice thing to do. I'm a bit nervous about going to Africa because of the diabetes and things.
Why?
Well, if you go out in the bush and things, it's like if anything goes wrong, I mean, you need to get it sorted immediately, so I just don't know how.
You just have to choose a safari where you return somewhere every night,
Yeah.
I think, and then you know where you are.
That's the thing. I think about these things sometimes. But it'd be
You don't want to be too
lovely.
far away from help if not needed.
Yeah. But it's, it'd be a wonderful thing to do. And to see elephants and lions, they're just in the wild.
That's what the Queen did, didn't it? When she was when she was abroad, when she became Queen, when sadly her father died, they were in treetops, weren't they? In
Yes,
Kenya?
yeah.
And apparently she absolutely loved every minute, and she got her cine camera out. It's not just because it's on the Crown, but she actually did. She used to cine everything, and she was blown away by the animals. Absolutely loved it. Treetops must have been a wonderful experience then.
Talking about getting away to sort of Africa and places, I did look, I might have mentioned this before, I don't know. I did look I think it was last year, and we're sort of thinking we could have a big family holiday. We'll see if we can get a big family holiday in, for either sort of this year or next year or something like that. So I did a bit of Googling like you do, and I saw this island, and I thought, well, it's only got about...
Renton Island?
It's got about 3 houses on it or something, but very nice houses.
In Africa?
But it's off the coast.
Yeah.
And I thought, wouldn't that be nice? It's going to be expensive, but if there's, mum and dad and Richard and Ken,
Yes,
my brother and
everybody,
sister,
the wider
whatever,
family come as
I thought, and we could split, obviously split the costs.
Yeah.
It would be, it'd be okay. And so, but it didn't have any prices on. So there's an inquiry form.
I'm always worried when they don't put a price.
So I sent an inquiry, how much would it be? 2 weeks, put a random date in. Do you know what it was? It was £25,000 a night.
Oh.
£25,000 a night.
A night.
I mean, talk about having expensive taste.
Yeah. Some
Needless
people
to
would
say,
do that.
I didn't. Well, you must have to be it must cater for the extraordinarily rich.
Gosh.
Can you imagine? But I mean, it did look lovely. But I mean,
absolutely.
And then if you wanted any excursions or you wanted to go
anything you want to eat,
scuba diving or anything else, then that was all extra.
All of that, I presume you had a staff. Did you? Who looked after you?
Well, there was certainly a chef and all that sort of thing. But yeah,
25 grand a night.
25 grand a night. We can dream.
You'd go for a weekend. No.
No.
Could you? Well, I was thinking of the whole family pitching in.
Oh, even so.
No, I know.
Not
I mean, big family holidays are wonderful when you can get everybody together. Fantastic. But it's very difficult to find somewhere that's big enough for everybody, to talk everybody into pitching in.
Yeah.
And when it comes that expensive, wow. Oh, no. Have you ever done one, though? I'd love to. Oh, yeah. Oh, tell us your stories. Have you done one of those great big family holidays? Maybe not where you rent an island.
No.
But certainly where you rent somewhere enormous and everybody gets together. Brilliant.
Nice. I love family is so... If you've got a good family, and I feel sorry for people who struggle with family relations. I've got a lovely family, and it's just such a lovely thing.
It is.
There you go. Very, very fortunate with that.
We've been getting all nostalgic this morning because we're also talking about zoos and why you love them and did you go as a kid. And the beloved Bristol Zoo closed its doors on its city centre venue for the final time earlier this week. Despite being the world's 5th oldest zoo, gosh, the 5th oldest, and having withstood both wars, it seems it could no longer weather the impact of COVID, plus the rising cost of living, plus the energy crisis.
Well, our South West of England reporter Jeff Moody is live at Bristol Zoo, that iconic site. Morning to you, Jeff. I mean, look, it's sad in one way. It's a new chapter in another. But I tell you what, it's going to be one hell of a moving day.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it? The doors closed last night. There was a huge ceremony outside, a sort of closing ceremony, after what has ironically been a really, really busy few weeks for Bristol Zoo. It seems that everybody from Bristol and the surrounding area, right across the southwest, has been coming to the zoo over the last few days. They've had to open for much longer than usual and earlier in the morning too, just to accommodate the sheer numbers of people that want to come and say goodbye to this zoo. Because as you were saying, you know, zoos really do have a place in our heart. They remind us of our childhood. It's where we first came to see all those exotic and wonderful animals, and more increasingly over the years to learn about conservation too. And we're old enough, Stephen, Anne and me, to remember Johnny Morris from Animal Magic on the BBC, who based himself here at Bristol Zoo, didn't he? And he used to have all of the voices for the animals and was a real fixture on our screens in the 70s and 80s. So very, very sad that this particular site is closing down. It's going to be sold to developers. Always happens, doesn't it? It's real prime estate here, because you've got the iconic Bristol Suspension Bridge just a little bit to my left, and you've got the downs all around, so it's a really good location. The gardens with all of the Victorian features that have been loved so much over the years, they will still be open to the public, but the animals themselves, well, they're waking up this morning to a nice peaceful weekend. Isn't that nice? No visitors. They're leafing through the newspapers now, thinking, what are we going to do with our day? They're not moving immediately because some of the enclosures in the new site haven't even been built yet. This has been a fairly swift decision to close this site down. But gradually over the next 2 years, they will be moved to the new site as the enclosures are built. And the new site, just a few miles down the road, will offer much more space, much more scope for the zoo to expand and to really meet the demands of a modern zoo and conservation site in the 21st century. So it's not all doom and gloom, it's not bad news. The zoo is continuing, just on a different site. But as you say, emotionally, it really does pull on the heartstrings, and people have been coming out in force to say goodbye to the animals in their current home and say goodbye to this loved site. And it really has been a loved site. It's served the community here for 160 odd years.
Yeah, OK. Jeff, thank you very much indeed. Thanks for the reminder about Johnny Morris.
I remember Johnny Morris, yeah. That was lovely.
It always seemed like such a nice, sort of old man, really.
Yeah. And he did the same thing about, you know, bringing animals, always had an animal, usually a bush baby. Do you remember? He always had a bush baby.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Hello, children, and all the rest of it. You learned more about animals in that half hour on children's television.
Oh, lovely stuff. Oh, it's nice to look back. Anyway, let's go through all the sport for you this morning. Aidan McGee is here. Good morning.
Morning to you. I was almost a bush baby. I was born near Shepherd's Bush, but not quite.
Can't imagine Johnny Morris cuddling you. Let's talk tennis, should we?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is really current over the last few hours, but when we've just seen the curtains come down on the illustrious, the fantastic career of the marvellous Serena Williams. 41 years of age, a 27-year career. She turned pro back in 1995. She won her first Grand Slam in 1999 at the US Open. And here we are 23 years on, and that's where it ends for her today. She was defeated in the third round by Isla Tomljanovic. 3 sets as well. I mean, it was by far, it was by no means a walkover or anything like that. Serena Williams fought back in the second set and really made a fist of it, which was fitting for somebody who was bowing out. Don't forget, she knocked out the world the second seed in the last round as well. So a good way to end. I mean, she's had fantastic tributes at the end of the match as well. I mean, they often say that the calibre of a person can be defined in some ways by who speaks up for you. Well, you know, Michelle Obama, Billie Jean King, Sachin Tendulkar, LeBron James, Bill Gates, Tiger Woods, Oprah Winfrey, they're just the ones I've seen. They're just ones I've seen. I mean, this is like the third trending story on the whole of Twitter this morning, and these are the ones I've seen in the first kind of, 30 or 40 messages or whatever. Obviously, you get federations and different organisations speaking out, but in terms of individuals, 319 weeks as world number one. Everything she accomplished as well for black American athletes.
Gosh, yes.
I mean, the number of black tennis players, or certainly African Americans, is not that much different to how it was when she started. But to me, that just crystallises how successful she's been. She is the exception. Along with her sister, she gave this emotional speech at the end of her match, thanking her sister. Said, "Without Venus, there's no Serena." Don't forget they were competing,
Against each other.
Against each other and with each other. Yeah, I mean, look, 23 Grand Slams. She also won 14 Grand Slam double titles, 2 Grand Slam mixed titles. She won 4 Olympic golds, and she won the Golden Slam, which means you hold all of the Grand Slams in the same year. She held it in singles and in doubles.
That's incredible.
So bear in mind that when she came into it, the memories of Steffi Graf, Monica Seles, Martina Navratilova were still relatively fresh in our minds, and now she's proved beyond doubt that she is the greatest of all time. Now, we consider her record against Margaret Court. She has won fewer Grand Slams. Margaret Court had 24, Serena Williams 23, but most of Margaret Court's 14, in fact, I think were achieved before the Open era, which means that not all professionals were able to compete.
I was going to say, what about Billie Jean King, who won an amazing amount of titles, but
yes.
that was before the sort of Open era.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's so, you have to... That's the context of the achievement. That was a phenomenal thing. I mean, don't forget, as well as all the people who challenged Serena Williams over the last 23 years, not least her sister. She had some fantastic competition down the years as well. She's fought them off bit by bit. There's talk that she may even return in a couple of years. I mean, she had complications after a pregnancy as well back in just a few years ago, I think 2015, I think it was, and she almost died from that. So this woman really has encountered trials and tribulations throughout her life.
To say, why would you return? Why would you try to? But I guess when you've lived your whole life as competitively as she has, you just can't stop yourself.
No, I mean, she was asked about it directly on court afterwards. They played Simply the Best as she left the court a few hours ago as well. But she was asked about whether she'd return. She said, no, you never know. But I just don't think, maybe a couple of years away.
Exhibition matches. I mean,
yeah, exhibition matches, yeah.
Magic.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, some of those players, and the men's and singles, and the men's and women's side, they've proved they can go up towards 60. I mean, John McEnroe's still playing them, isn't he? And Bjorn Borg as well.
Yeah.
Let's talk football, should we?
Yeah, we've got a day of derbies today. So it's Everton v Liverpool at 12:30. Everton had an interesting week in the transfer window. Liverpool have just had an interesting 3 games. We discussed Man United the week before last, which they lost. They then beat Bournemouth 9-0. And then everyone thinks they're loaded to go and win again by the same score, a similar score against Newcastle. But Newcastle turned up at Anfield in a week, a completely different side to what we've known in the last few years, where they've been a bit flaky on the road. And Liverpool have to score within, I think it was the 7th minute of added time. So that sets us up for a really decent derby today at Anfield. We've got other local games as well. We've got the Old Firm derby in Scotland as well, Celtic against Rangers. Interesting one, that as well, because Celtic wrested the title back from Rangers last year, but Rangers have had an excellent year in their own right. They didn't win the league in Scotland, but they did get to the Europa League final. They had a change of manager. They've started really well in Europe this season. Dropped a couple of points in the league, but that sets us up for a really good game today. I'm a bit concerned about Steven Gerrard at 5:30. Now, he's had quite a wretched start to the season with Aston Villa. They've won 1 game against Everton, but the rest has been pretty checkered. They lost at Crystal Palace, for example. I just get the feeling from his body language he's lost faith in his players. I don't believe he believes in his heart that these players can improve. And I think that's a squad that's had the money spent on it in the last few years. He's been in charge just short of a year. They've got Manchester City today, Stephen, at home. Manchester City are just knocking away everything in sight at the moment. Erling Haaland is scoring he's already got 2 hat-tricks in a row. He could get another one today quite easily. A heavy defeat against Manchester City today, albeit at home, and albeit considering the calibre of Manchester City and how well they're playing, I just think that could land him in hot water, and I think it wouldn't be surprised if we saw the end of him at the end of the middle of the week.
Well, we shall
if they lose.
Mystic McGee strikes again. We shall see. Aidan, thank you. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on.
Right, we've got much more to come, including news and views from this morning's newspapers.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Well, it's time to go through the papers this morning. Joining us once again, the author and journalist Susan Holder and the broadcaster Pete Price. Good to see you both. Let's kick straight off, Susan, with the Mirror and the COVID boosters.
Yes, I hesitate to use the words positive and COVID in the same sentence, but this is a positive COVID story, I think, in as much as 4 million people in England will be invited to get their booster jabs from next week. And this is a good thing, I think. People should remember that to do that, obviously. It's not all over in as much as we do need to keep on top of things. People have been jabbed and who are vulnerable need to kind of keep on top of that. But what a great thing the vaccine is. Where would we be without it? Just goes to show what great things we can do and what clever people there are who do this. We should always be forever grateful to the people who...
On the back of that story, the anti-vaxxers are out. Anti-vaxxers are ramping up their campaign of misinformation to start scuppering everything to do with the vaccines. It makes me so angry. You know, they respond a flurry of online posts, out-of-date information. You're wicked people. You want to get your life sorted.
Well,
makes me angry.
I'm sure there'll be plenty of people who don't agree with the vaccine watching and listening this morning. But I mean, I have to say, I struggle to see how we wouldn't be in a much worse position without it.
Where would we be?
And do you know, every time I mention the anti-vaxxers, they go crazy on social media on me. Yeah. They have a campaign against me. They'll start now.
Yes, they will.
Oh, well.
Yeah. And it's organised and it's horrible, isn't it?
Dreadful.
Let's go to Meghan.
Well, let's go to Meghan. So apparently, Meghan is no longer Queen of Spotify, if ever she was Queen of anything. Harsh, maybe. But yes, so her latest podcast, where apparently she's interviewed other people, quite big people like Serena Williams.
Yeah, but apparently she doesn't let them get a word in it.
No, well, there's a lot. It's a wonder she's not an opera singer, isn't it, Meghan? With all the me that there is.
That's very good.
But don't get me wrong. I think she is a very, very clever person. I think she's very well. She speaks very well. She's beautiful. She just comes across, can come across amazingly. But unfortunately, the woman has nothing to say. It seems. I read her article in The Cut. I tried not to fall asleep halfway through. It just didn't really go anywhere.
6,500 words long.
I'm going to listen to one of her broadcasts because Mariah Carey's on.
Well, she apparently doesn't let...
No, she doesn't let anyone speak.
I mean, if you can close Mariah Carey down, that's quite...
Yeah. Mariah Carey called her a diva.
Do you think she lets her husband speak?
No.
And she's coming to the country
That'll
again.
be interesting. But for somebody who claims that she's being silenced, there's not a lot of silence, is there? And yet she doesn't use the amazing platform she has. I do think they could be such a force for good. If they don't want to be here and they don't want to be part of the royal family, fine. But go and do good somewhere else.
It's things like in the article in The Cut where she said, she was told that when she got married, There were celebrations in South Africa similar to when Nelson Mandela was.
I couldn't believe she said it.
I wasn't even going to bring that up. It's so ridiculous.
I couldn't believe she said it. How dare she compare herself?
Self-awareness.
How dare she?
Oh, that's the danger with her. She seems to be so unaware. And I do hope, I mean, the papers in America have even started to kind of really cool on her now.
Right.
Because it's just beyond ridiculous, some of the things that she's coming out and saying.
I interviewed recently Nelson Mandela's daughter and granddaughter, and they're a very humble family, and they must have gone, what?
And I did read that the man who she claims said this to her at the Lion King has actually said he doesn't remember saying it. It wasn't me. I never said that.
They said he wasn't there. Wasn't even there.
I mean, fantasist. And please don't preach humility and compassion when you don't even have that to members of your own family. Whatever you think or say they've done.
Yep.
Has anybody ever treated anybody that badly that they don't get spoken to again? It's just ridiculous.
It's all a bit odd. Pete, to the Express and the great Jane McDonald.
Yeah, do you know what? After she lost her lovely partner, Ed, she's had a bad time over it, and I'm delighted to say I'm a friend of Jane's. And Sue, who works with her and is her best mate, and they've been best mates since forever, is moving in with her for company, but they spend all their time together anyway. She's got the most amazing family of people around her. Jane has never changed, and Ed was in the Searchers many years ago. He was in the business. She's been on stage. I went to see her the other night at the Lowry. She was spectacular. The show was great, but she's never forgotten who she is. 1998, I think she came into the public to us, you know.
Is that how long ago it is?
Yeah, and I adore the woman, but a talent, and she's written a couple of songs about Ed. But Sue, who is a singer in her own right, has given up her career to be with Jane, and they're best mates, and they're adorable people.
In life, aren't they?
They're adorable
when
people.
you were on Loose Women, was Jane on Loose Women with you?
No, I was never on at the same time.
No, when I produced Loose Women, she wasn't one of my troupe.
But she's, I mean, she's always worth watching, as when she does her cruise programmes and things like that. She's so funny and genuine. And
that's the thing. That's the thing, Pete. She was a cruise ship singer, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Has she kept her feet on the ground? She was hugely famous.
1000%. She spends time with her fans. She can't do enough for them. She loves them. She puts herself out for anybody. She's just an amazing
lady. Do you think she ever
lady.
saw that? Was it Catherine, who's the comedian who used to do the kind of? It was like a tribute, but it was like a pastiche of a cruise ship singer. That was it was very, very funny, and it was all based on Jane McDonald.
But she laughs at herself.
There's no higher compliment. There's someone pretending to be that kind of...
And, you know, you're on stage and then we'll shout, where's Sue? And Sue's in the wing. Come on, Sue, come on. I mean, it's that. But also, she's still got a beautiful voice, and she was opera trained. You know, she's lovely. She's extended the house, which is ridiculous now. It's too big. So Sue's moved in, and she said, we never see each other, which is perfect. And I adore the woman, and I think she's amazing.
I'd like to meet her. She's one of these people that I always think I'd like to meet.
I told her you said that to me last time.
Well, come on, Jane, come on.
Did you ever get Ruth Maddock on?
Oh no! Now Ruth Maddock update. You know, I said I'd love to meet Ruth Maddock.
And you said Ruth Maddock had nobody on the panel knew what you were talking about.
I know, because we're all so young.
Hi.
Anyway, Ruth Maddock has been in touch. Ooh. Would you believe I now have Ruth Maddock's mobile number?
That's incredible.
And she sends me lovely messages.
Oh. And she's going to come on.
And she is coming on the programme. Gladys Pugh is going to be on this programme. She can't do it just yet. She's doing some filming for ITV.
Well, I told you, I had a Sue Pollard encounter just walking down the street in Islington. I saw Sue Pollard, and luckily my husband and I've always adored her. I think she's amazing.
Oh.
And Noddy saw her and went, "You want to meet her, don't you?" And he went up, "Hi, Sue." Noddy, amazing. We ended up having drinks with her for 3 hours.
Oh, wow.
She was absolutely incredible. But
they are funny moments, isn't it? When you see somebody famous and you know you don't know them, but you can't let them walk by without saying something, and you don't quite know how to do it right. But that's good. I'm glad.
I don't get, after so long in this business, you don't get starstruck. I don't really.
I'm leaving a message for Jay now. Jay MacDonald, if I get Ruth Maddock's phone number from him, can I give Stephen your number?
Yeah, there we go. There you go.
Live on GB News.
Ruth Maddock is filming Beyond Paradise next month, which is a spin-off of Death in Paradise.
Oh.
I hope I'm not breaking any things like that. Sounds interesting.
Isn't that the one that Les Dennis has been in?
Oh, I don't know.
Everyone's been in Death in Paradise. Yes, he didn't come to my book launch because he was in.
He was over there.
He gave I'm going to Guatemala. I was like, that's the best excuse I've ever heard.
You've done well about the book launch. I mean, you've been on ages. That's the first mention.
I know.
And I know I'm doing one for you in Liverpool.
You are. You're coming.
Well, there you go.
Welcome to the GB News Gossip Fest.
Yeah. Anyway,
just in case you've just tuned in, we're just having a gossip. Basically.
We are, but we've now run out of time. So Susan and Pete, get off. We'll see you next hour. Top stories coming up.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Protesters invade Parliament. So what's gone wrong with security in the Palace of Westminster?
Good morning, it's 8 o'clock on Saturday, the 3rd of September. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
We're live across the UK on your TV, your radio and online, so whatever you're up to, take us out and about with today.
So here are the top news stories you need to know about this morning. 8 people have been arrested after Extinction Rebellion protesters entered the House of Commons. The activists demanded a citizens' assembly be formed to debate the climate crisis. But the question really is, how did they get in?
We're all going potty. Britain's pothole problems are deepening as the costs of fixing Britain's roads apparently spirals out of control.
And Bristol Zoo is locking its gates after 186 years. They're actually preparing to move to a new site.
Don't forget to get in touch this morning. We really want to hear from you, as always. To be fair, GBViews at gbnews.uk. And a few of you getting in touch over COVID. We're talking about the new booster, which gets launched on Monday, I think it is. And we're talking with papers. And Pete and all of us, to be fair, we're not too happy with those people who talk about sort of anti-vaxxers, we're calling them anyway. But to be fair, you raised some good points. Kevin says, morning, Kevin. I wish you would stop referring to everyone who is sceptical of the COVID vaccine as an anti-vaxxer. Ironically, this is misinformation, as most are not. And Keith has something similar. He says, calling people anti-vaxxers is unfair. Many people have other vaccines but are not sure about this one. It's their right to refuse a particular procedure. I've had the COVID jab and booster, but after hearing about the deaths, I'm not having any more. And, and actually, that is it's a very good point, and I'm glad you've both got in touch, because anti-vaxxers are not necessarily the same as people who are just not wanting this vaccine.
Yes, but I think when you say anything about the vaccine on telly or just to friends, actually, the stream of abuse you can get back is by the anti-vaxxers. They're the people who are campaigning. I totally understand, you've got a right to refuse it, but why post misinformation about it in a sort of in a campaign? It seems very, very negative.
You can get very locked in the science of it all. I mean, obviously the science is very important, but it gets very confusing, so you can talk yourself around in circles. The only thing that I always look back on is talking to nurses who were working in sort of the high dependency units and things during COVID, who were saying it was something like 90% of people in there were unvaccinated. So,
fact.
Yeah, so you just sort of think, well, I mean, but it's everyone's choice.
But the point is, it's there if you want it, and it appears to have done a fantastic job.
Yeah, but anyway,
on the whole,
as you say, well, the one thing we're extremely proud of is that we are not a right-wing channel or a left-wing channel. We are a channel for all views. And that's why I love reading out these sort of things where they say, no, correct that. You're not quite right on how you phrase that. Right, get in touch. All views are welcome here, whether we agree with them or not.
Here's one that will get steam coming out of some people's ears. Andrea says, Serena's achievements. Most successful female professional tennis player ever. Meghan's achievements. Mediocre actress, married a mediocre prince, succeeded in alienating both her own and her husband's families.
I wouldn't say Harry was a mediocre prince. I disagree with you on that.
He might be now. He wasn't.
He might be now. He wasn't.
No.
He wasn't. Isn't it?
Sad.
I find it very difficult. Because it always seems when things go wrong, you blame the woman, which doesn't always seem right. Because it's all, he's 50% of all of this. But it's, I do struggle with what they're doing now. I found it very hard to let go of Prince Harry because I always, I really thought a lot of it.
We all loved him to bits, didn't we?
And just the way it's going now. And as we were saying earlier on about family holidays and things, I'm a big believer in family. I know the royal family is slightly different. They operate in a different way. But this has damaged the family so much.
Yes.
That I really struggle with that.
Surely needlessly. But anyway, talking of lovely family gatherings, we were saying, have you tried for one? Vicky in Devon says, we had a really lovely 60th wedding anniversary family gathering at Otterburn Castle near Newcastle.
Ooh, that sounds nice.
It was a few years ago and it wasn't too posh and the venue was slightly old-fashioned, but we loved it. It's a great place for family to travel from up north and down south and great places to visit, like nearby Bamber?
Oh, Bamber.
Bamber Castle. I don't know Bamber.
Oh, Bamber Castle's nice.
She says, I'm new to GB News, but I love it, and you're now my go-to news channel.
Oh, I'm just looking at pictures of Otterburn Castle.
Yeah.
Look at that. Well, that looks absolutely
They
gorgeous.
can't look at that.
No, you can. No, you can.
Oh, I can. Really good.
You'll have to Google it.
Yeah.
It does look amazing.
There are lots of, what do I call it, thingy trust.
National Trust.
National Trust properties that you can rent. They haven't got as many bedrooms as you'd think, the ones that you can, but you can rent for big family gatherings. And I don't think they're too expensive, but there's a waiting list years long. It's worth a look, though, if you're planning a big family gathering.
Ahead.
Love to hear about it.
I'd love to know, Vicky in Devon, if you got a telegram or a letter from the Queen for your 60th wedding anniversary, because you're entitled to one.
For a 60th wedding anniversary?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
You've got to apply.
You've got to ask for it.
Like you do for the 100, your centenary year and all that. But yes, the Queen will write to you if you're having your 60th wedding anniversary.
Oh, how lovely. Vicky, let us know. And if you have got it, send a picture, please.
Yeah, it's a lovely thing to have that. Now, let's move on to our main news. An investigation is going to be launched into security at the Houses of Parliament following a protest by environmental activists.
Around 50 protesters from Extinction Rebellion appeared at the site, with some activists chaining themselves to the railings at the palace gates.
They were demanding a citizens' assembly be formed to debate the climate crisis. And one protester climbed scaffolding and unveiled a banner to onlookers.
So the big question is, how did they get there? And should we be worried with a new Prime Minister due next week? Obviously, Parliament's in recess at the moment, but they're going back next week. Joining us now is security expert Professor Anthony Glees. Good morning. Thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning.
I mean, what are your thoughts here? Yes, Parliament was in recess, but they shouldn't have been able to get in there in the first place, should they?
I think there are two really important questions here. The first, as you say, how on earth could they get in there? And then the second, what were they doing there in any case? As far as the first question is concerned, I mean, lots of us have been into Parliament on many occasions, and we know security is very tight. A group of people coming in saying they were visitors and being, as it were, looked at on that basis, carrying banners in their bags, which would have made it entirely clear who they were. Obviously, the bags weren't searched properly, point number one. But point number two is that they weren't visitors. They were actually people going there with the clear intention of attempting to disrupt the one institution that lies at the heart of our democracy in this country, the one institution on which we all rely, whatever party we are or of none, to properly reflect the views of the nation, make the laws, and we then stick by them. And to have these crooks and criminals think somehow it's their parliament and they can move in and take over is something that should have been stopped at the gate. They weren't visitors, and the problem is, for the security people in Parliament, that they could pretend to be visitors and so waved through. We don't need to say they could have been terrorists or anything else. That's all blindingly obvious. The truth is, though, they were people who went there to undermine the position of Parliament in our public life. They even called for a citizens' assembly and direct action. Trotskyites used to make this claim in the 1970s and before. And we shouldn't forget either that if you look at the Act of Parliament that set up the security service MI5 in 1989, it particularly and specifically mentions the need to safeguard our parliamentary democracy and our parliamentary institutions. So this isn't just about the security guys at the visitors' gate to Parliament. It's also about our security service. These people are disruptive and dangerous, and they don't believe in parliamentary democracy. They've got to vote. They can vote Green if they want. They can vote whatever they like. But they have no right to undermine the position of Parliament in our country.
Are we too soft in the sense that we just saw some footage there of them obviously holding their banners and singing along, and they look like a group of pretty innocuous people, but nevertheless, they're standing there protesting and being filmed. Why isn't there some sort of security people, gathering them up and whisking them off somewhere?
I think that's a very important question. We know people have got into Parliament. When Theresa May was Prime Minister, somebody, got far too close to her. And there have been shootings and all the stabbings all around the Palace of Westminster. This ought to be, because of its symbolic and real importance in our national life, the most secure place in England, even more secure than Buckingham Palace. But, I think this broader question, we are in a terrible mess in this country at the moment. Let's be perfectly honest about this. And this terrible mess is somehow meaning that people no longer think the rules are for them. They can do whatever they want. They can glue themselves to roads, stop patients getting to hospital, stop hospital consultants getting to see those patients, disrupt people who want to go on holiday. This has got to stop. And the story that the former Met police commissioner, Dame Bristol Dick, felt threatened by Sadiq Khan and was kind of caught like a rabbit in his headlights is also very worrying. We don't want to have a Met chief who throws a hissy fit because she feels threatened by a politician. People my age can remember when we had police chiefs who were respected, who didn't go on wild goose chases, who didn't dress up in high heel shoes and dance the hokey cokey at festivals in London. So I do think there's been a general collapse of law and order in this country. And if I were Liz Truss and expecting to be our next Prime Minister on Tuesday, I'd be very worried indeed about the failure of the police, the failure of the security service to identify these people, to keep them out of Parliament, and above all, to protect the right of people to decide contentious matters. And climate change is contentious, not because we don't think it's happening. It's obviously happening. But how we deal with it when Putin is holding an energy dagger to our throat, that's a legitimate matter of debate. They're not the guys who got the right answer to this. So it is far more troubling and worrying than people might initially think.
OK, Anthony Gleeson, good to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you. And the place for legitimate debate, obviously, is the House of Commons.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I find interesting, and it always strikes me whenever I go to Spain, is that in Spain, if you see the police, there's different types of police in Spain. There's the sort of local police and the federales and all this sort of thing. You do not mess with the police.
No.
You do not mess with the police over in Spain. And I just sort of think, why haven't we got that sort of respect for police over here, or security services, or whoever it is, where you just would not tangle with them?
But you made the very good point earlier that we have armed police in the Palace of Westminster.
All over. They've all got
So
guns.
how come these people were allowed to do it? I mean, we just seen the footage. Not only did they glue themselves to their speaker's chair and everything, but there were other people milling around them. Somebody was taking footage that we've shown. I mean, how come? And then, so you complain about it on the one hand. On the other hand, the Houses of Parliament have always been a place for protest. I was telling you about the
suffragettes
earlier, and the suffragettes. It happened in 1909, and it was a suffragette called Marjorie Humes, and she chained herself to this particular statue. She chained herself to a part of the boot of this statue of a man. And in freeing her, they took wire cutters and they actually got through the chain. They snapped off a part of his heel, and it's been left there. And it's almost become a little bit of a symbol of feminism. And we applaud the suffragettes now, don't we? And yet they did things like that. They took their protests far too far, didn't they?
So are we being too critical of the Extinction Rebellion?
Is it fair? Within history, there's always been a right to protest, and very often protesters turned out to be right in the long run. So I don't know. I don't know what the answer is to that.
Right,
I mean, I know the
you.
suffragettes caused terrible problems at the time as well, didn't they? But, you know, we applaud the basis for their protest, don't we? We applaud their cause now. It wasn't applauded then.
Interesting, isn't it? See, nothing's ever black and white.
No, it never is it? It's a struggle all the way, isn't it, really?
Keep your thoughts coming through then on that. GBViews at gbnews.uk. Let's bring you up to date with some of the headlines. And Russia says it's keeping Nord Stream 1, that gas pipeline to Germany, closed after finding faults, apparently, during maintenance. Comes just a day after the G7 countries agreed to put a price cap on Russian oil exports to reduce Moscow's ability to fund the war in Ukraine.
The energy crisis is forcing manufacturers to consider cutting production or closing down altogether. That's according to new research by Make UK, who say half of firms surveyed have seen their electricity bills shoot up by more than 100% in the last year.
NASA is going to try to launch its latest moon rocket again today after a failed attempt on Monday. That initial launch postponed following temperature problems and some leakage with the engines. They're now expecting Artemis 1 to lift off at 7:17 UK time from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida.
And thousands of new emergency beds will be given to shelters as part of a government scheme to end rough sleeping in England. The 3-year plan, costing £2 billion, will also see over 2,000 new supported living accommodations.
When you're talking about that boot coming off the statue, it just reminded me, and I don't know if I meant to say this or not, I don't know if it's some sort of state secret, let's hope I don't get into trouble, but you know Nelson's column?
Yes.
Nelson, on the top, has 2 noses.
What?
So there's the nose on the statue of Nelson, and there's a spare nose.
What?
Which for some reason was made in case there was a problem with that nose and it had to be replaced. So it's an exact copy. Well, it was done at the time when it was all built. And it's under, what's the arch that goes off Trafalgar? Not Marble Arch, the arch that goes towards on the Mall. Admiralty Arch.
Yeah.
So it's actually on Admiralty Arch at the.
The noses?
The noses. And when members of the Household Cavalry go through Admiralty Arch on horseback, they touch it.
No. So it's quite low down?
Yeah, it must be, yeah. So if you're walking through Admiralty Arch and just look about, somewhere on there is Nelson's nose.
That is extraordinary. I love British history has got lots of little
why they felt they
like
needed
that.
to make a spare, I don't know.
And why then stick it on Admiralty Arch?
I don't know.
That's a bit weird too.
Well, Admiral Nelson, I guess.
Nelson's nose.
Was
It's
it
an odd thing to do.
Is it? I hope I'm not getting anyone into trouble. I was told that.
No, I'm sure you're not. No.
You know. There you go, bit of gossip for you.
Yeah, like all that. What about Britain's pothole problems? They're getting worse as the cost of fixing roads apparently is going up. Councils in England have seen the price of a pothole repair go up by 22%.
Now, the war in Ukraine and international supply chain issues mean some potholes are expected to take 6 months or longer to fix.
Well, we sent our East Midlands reporter Will Hollis out with the nation's famous pothole campaigner, Mr. Pothole.
There's at least 12 potholes in that short section of road. So it's a perfect example. You don't have to travel that far.
In Brackley, Northamptonshire, the life of a pothole is always at risk of being shortened. Mark, aka Mr. Pothole, has become a menace for local councils, but a hero for Britain's roads and its users.
I mean, these have been marked up by the local council, but in reality, with their intervention criteria, it'll be up to 6 months before they actually get repaired. But in that time, they will get worse. If they get worse, and I monitor it, I will chase them because they become a danger.
He's spent the last decade of his life campaigning for road repairs, but now he's needed more than ever. The rising price of fixing a pothole is soaring, and as a result, fewer are being filled. 2 hours away in Lincolnshire, this hole hasn't escaped its fate. From the fuel in the tools to the black bits of bitumen, everything costs more. Before the war in Ukraine, many materials came from Russia, and now global supplies are squeezed.
This pothole here in Grantham isn't going to be a problem for locals anymore, but the price of fixing it for councils like Lincolnshire is going to continue to cause difficulties because the exponential increase is almost unbearable.
Fuel's up 135%, tarmac a 65% increase, bitumen rising by 30%, and on average a pothole repair costing up to 22% more. Some local authorities are rationing supplies. Lincolnshire County Council says it has to prioritise jobs.
Fundamentally, it's a function of spend. Without the money to spend on the materials, on the labour, on the fuel to move everybody around, we're going to really struggle to keep on top of the potholes.
The Local Government Association represents councils in England and Wales. It says a £400 million cut to the government's yearly road maintenance budget has already put councils under pressure. Councillor Reynard says more cash is needed for authorities to function.
Given the increasing costs of both the materials and energy and other inflationary costs, that this poses an additional pressure on local councils when they're already very short of resources to carry out other statutory duties.
A Department for Transport spokesperson says the government is providing over £5 billion of investment over Parliament for highways in England, and that this is enough to fill millions of potholes a year. Back in Brackley, Mark's on to the next job. Being Mr. Pothole has become part of his identity. But a total rethink of road repairs is his dream ending for Britain's pothole nightmare.
Repairing potholes is a waste of money. You're better off to renew the asset itself properly and have a long-term plan. Governments have not really woken up to that.
Will Hollis for GB News in the East Midlands.
Interesting.
Mad.
Rob has got in touch in Cardiff. He says, if the road repair teams did a proper job instead of a bodge, there wouldn't be so many repeat visits. Also, if there is a hole adjacent to the repair, fix it while you're there. I've seen that. Have you seen that happen?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You see the team come out and they fix the pothole that's been sort of pointed out, and there's another hole there and they don't fix it, presumably because it's just not on their list.
Yeah. I mean, that's just crazy, isn't it?
Yes, it really is.
Oh, this is interesting. Paula says, when I was a child, I spotted Anne Diamond on the street and I was starstruck and walked into a lamppost.
Ooh.
I wasn't hurt, but Mum and family still tease me about it, and I'm now 50.
Oh, sorry
There you
about
go.
that.
You've caused injury.
Oh, yeah, clearly did. Yes.
Dear me. And this one, Kenneth says, all zoos should close. Animals should not be forced to live in enclosures.
I know, I think we all get uneasy about zoos nowadays, but all animals are in enclosures of some sorts, I suppose, unless you leave them to the plains of Africa or whatever.
But because the interesting thing, Kenneth, is now zoos are a place of constant. It's where wildlife, some of these species are kept going because they're not. The enclosures are
Very
they're very
different
big
nowadays.
and very different.
Yeah.
So I see what you're saying. I don't
But otherwise,
know that I agree with
how
you.
would an ordinary family be able to see a penguin or a zebra without a zoo? Not everybody can afford to travel, and nowadays we're meant to not travel. Really, if we're green.
Oh, you upset Ken with that again.
Why would I say?
Ken says zebra or zebra. Answer is it a zebra crossing? I think not.
Well, it could be.
Well, it could be. Could be.
You say potato, I say potato. All of that sort of thing.
Who says potato?
Nobody.
Who says tomato?
Tomato, yeah.
Oh, I can feel a song coming on in the break.
Well, have you ever been to an American hotel and you've ordered something with tomato? They look at you as though you are bonkers.
Do they?
Yeah, in the end, you just realise that you have to say tomato. You have to do it their way. Otherwise, they just haven't heard of a tomato.
Well, you see, that's like my niece.
Tomato.
In Cumbria, you may have heard of Cartmel. And a lot of visitors... It's a tiny little village, but Cartmel. It's where Thelma Barlow... whatever her character was in Corrie, where she retired to Cartmel. They call it Cartmel.
Cartmel.
People who don't live there call it Cartmel. And my niece is at Lancaster University and was living in Cartmel College, whatever they call it, and everyone calls it Cartmel. And so as a result, because it's just easier to go with the flow, she now calls it Cartmel.
That's why sometimes you have to go with the flow and just give in. I was saying a while ago, didn't I? I actually say Z now instead of Z. I find myself doing it, which is terrible, really, isn't it? Giving in. But it just comes easily now. I watch too many American TV programmes.
Then there's the website TMZ, which is TMZ.
It is TMZ, yeah.
So, I don't
See?
know. Anyway, look, we're talking more zoos in a minute.
Zoos with the Z.
Yeah. It's goodbye to Bristol Zoo, but only for now.
Hello, it's looking rather changeable across the UK through this weekend with a mixture of showers and longer spells of rain. Winds will often be quite strong at times as well, particularly in the north, but in between all of that, there will still be some warm sunshine. If we look at the pressure pattern then, you can see the reason why low pressure dominated our weather through this weekend, something we've not seen for quite some time. And as we head through Saturday, this weather front in the west will bring the focus of the heaviest of the rain. So quite a wet start to the day across parts of Northern Ireland and western Scotland. That rain often quite heavy and persistent and lasting throughout much of the day as well. So that's what's going to bring the risk of some localised flooding with a warning in force for heavy rain. Rain starting to creep in across the far west of Wales, southwest England, but elsewhere across the UK it'll be drier with some bright or sunny spells. But that sunshine could spark off some heavy, possibly thundery showers through the afternoon, particularly across northern, central and eastern parts of England, although some places could escape them and stay with a dry day throughout. In that sunshine, still warm though, highs of 25 or 26 in the south, but those strong winds continuing across parts of the north. Now through the rest of Saturday into the evening and overnight, all those showers will continue to push their way northwards and eastwards. Dry for a time across England and Wales with one or two mist and fog patches, but then more heavy rain will spread in across Northern Ireland, parts of Wales, southwest England, with strengthening winds, particularly towards the southwest. But thanks to the cloud, wind and rain, it won't be a cold night anywhere. Temperatures holding up 14 to 17 degrees across the country once again. So we're going to have a largely dry start across some central and eastern parts of England on Sunday morning. Still some rain across the far north at first, but through the day, clouding over across England and Wales as we see this rain spread its way eastwards onwards, reaching central and northern parts by the afternoon. Still dry and bright across the far southeast and sunnier skies following from the west, although more showers like to spread up from the southwest as we head through the afternoon. Still those strong winds across parts of Devon and Cornwall. So staying changeable as we head into Sunday and into the early part of next week as well, with a mixture of showers or longer spells of rain. But in between all of that, there will be some bright or sunny spells, and winds will stay quite strong as well, with temperatures close to average for the time of the year.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
(8:29) morning to you. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Now, over 120,000 people have apparently quit their jobs in the last 5 years because of racism. That's according to a study by TUC, Trades Union Congress.
Now, more than 1 in 4 workers from black and minority ethnic backgrounds have faced racism jokes at work in the last 5 years, which many feel makes them less confident at work. Well,
that's why ultimately I suppose they take the decision to leave.
Yeah, I mean, it seems a very odd situation. In 2022, Director of Voice for Change in England, Kunle Ololode, is here with us. Good to see you this morning.
Good to see you.
Are you surprised at this? Because, I mean, I am, but then again, we're not facing racism day to day, but it seems very surprising that these things, it's still going on.
I think British society has changed and advanced in many different ways in terms of equality and improving race relations. But there is this thorny area of the employment sector, which has continued to be a problem. So if you look at things like unemployment rates amongst people of colour still tend to be twice the rate of white participants in society. So, I mean, I really welcome the TUC actually bringing this report forward. But I think you're right to actually ask this question, because it is very important at a time when many institutions are putting into place programs and objectives around making changes, that we still have this persistence of people wanting to actually leave.
And that's interesting, isn't it? Because obviously, yes, as you say, there are programmes in many big companies and they hope they're ticking the right boxes. So is this form of racism a sort of more subtle sort?
I think it is. But, I mean, I'm a former trade union organiser myself, and the kinds of problems that I encountered were much more around issues of low pay, developments around training, and the report seems to have emphasised the kind of interplay of relationships things that people say, things that people infer, rather than, I suppose, more material and tangible aspects of racism. So the issue of how people are referred to in the workplace, I think in the Guardian article that touched on the report yesterday was looking at the fact that somebody said, well, you know, you've got a nice car, maybe you must be involved in drug dealing. To infer something like that.
Now, you see, that's the sort of overt racism I would have thought that we would be, would have been gotten rid of by now.
I think...
mean, if that's true, that's appalling, isn't it?
It is appalling, but I think that the questions still remain, for me, about how you deal with those more tangible issues.
Well, you report them, don't you? I mean, that's the point. Isn't there a system in place?
To report in some institutions, in some large companies, yes. They have systems, they have procedures, they have ways of actually addressing these things. But I think for me, again, as a former trade union organizer, my question would be, what's the role of the trade union movement in actually trying to resolve these things? I mean, a great deal of resources has gone into legal challenges around race issues in the workplace. To the extent that it's exhausted some of the resources that unions have.
That's the trouble.
And they've themselves have looked to the workplace and said, well, look, hang on, we've got to start organising much more targeted ways of actually resolving these things informally.
I was going to say, I mean, informally may be the best forward now. If you're talking about, I mean, not in all cases, obviously, but if you're talking about, in a lot of cases, things being comparatively subtle or implied, and therefore maybe not necessarily meant to be nasty or racist, it's therefore it becomes about education, doesn't it? It's about educating people that what they're doing is not right.
I think that that's part of it, but simply the question of regulating people's individual behaviour itself can be problematic. I think it's also about social status and people feeling valued and being seen to be treated equally within the workforce. If you're really looking for long-term change, then those kind of discussions, even if they arise, become superficial. But at the moment, obviously, as the report raises, people are still sensitized to those kind of things and expect to be treated with a degree of respect.
Well, absolutely. It's good that the TUC has brought this up, isn't it?
I think it is, but there are still, I think, that those fundamental questions about questions of pay, questions of promotion are still there in the background that need to be addressed. And when, as I say, as an organizer, those were the things that people were coming to me as problems rather than the kind of nature of, which is essentially abuse and inference of abuse that is much more subtle and difficult, actually, to resolve.
Yeah, well, look, it's good that we're talking about it. Kanle Alalode, good to see you this morning. Thanks very much
Good to be here. Thank you.
Well, do stay with us, we've got more to come.
We have, haven't we?
We have. We're agreed on that, at
Yes.
least. More news and views from this morning's papers coming up.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
"8:37 morning to you. Time for the papers this morning with author and broadcaster Susan Holder and broadcaster Pete Price. Good to see you both. Before we start with the papers, let's talk Macca.
you want
Been waiting for this.
You want my Paul McCartney story?
Yes,
Roll,
what's your Paul McCartney story?
My Paul McCartney story. So, as you know, because I've come and talked to you about it before, I had a book out this year called Shake It Up Beverly, which is about a Beatles fan.
Yes.
And a couple of years ago, I wrote and told Paul about this because it was a play to begin with. And I wanted to tell him that I'd written a story and just confess to him that it was all written with love and it was done with respect, and I hope he didn't mind. And I didn't expect a reply. But the very next day, he replied saying, "Sounds fab, good luck with it. Although how Paul McCartney can be anybody's idea of an ideal man is a bit of a stretch." Bless him. Oh. What a great guy. Anyway.
Sorry, he said that.
He said that to me.
Okay.
He said that to me. He said
Bless.
that. So then, yes, no, I didn't say how... No, I wouldn't say that to him. That would be very rude.
Well, it sort of would.
Yes. So, in July, I was in Liverpool at an event and there was Paul McCartney, and I haven't had any kind of exchange with him since that because it was pre-COVID. And he's suddenly at my elbow and said, how's it going? I can't really do Paul McCartney, but how's it going? So I said, I just want to say thank you so much for sending me that email when I had my play out. It was so lovely of you to be so encouraging. So he said, well, how's it all going then? So I said, well, actually, of course, the play, because of you-know-what, the pandemic, didn't... But I've rewritten it as a book and I got a deal with HarperCollins. He went, well done, that's amazing. Do you want to send me a copy?
Oh.
And in a moment of madness, I said, I've actually got a copy in my bag. So he went, great, give it to me then. So I got it out and said, shall I sign it?
Oh!
And he didn't miss a beat and he went, yeah, that'd be great. And everything I'd ever known, all words I've ever known, just went out of my head. And what I should have written was, love from a paperback writer.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But I didn't think of that. I just thought, what do you write? What do you write? So I just wrote, to Paul, thanks for everything, Susan, which is what I wanted to say.
Yeah.
I then turn around and he goes, how much? And I went, no, it's for you, it's free. And then in another twist you couldn't predict, out of his top pocket he pulls a £20 note and went, no, here you go. And I couldn't possibly. And I went, no, and I just backed away in horror. But the thought of plucking the £20 note from his fingers, I would wake up screaming if I'd done that. But no, I went, no, I think you've given the world enough, is what I said.
You should have got him to sign
I should have
£20 note, yeah.
And I would never have spent it.
No.
But I didn't. I just panicked. He just panicked me. I think he was joking with me. But what a lovely...
That's a great story. I used to go to Jim's house, his dad, who lived in Heswell, and I always knew one day I would meet him as a big star. I'd met him many years ago. And this lovely little girl was in the car park as I drove in, and I went, who do you belong to? And it was Stella. And somebody went, it's my daughter. And went, I knew it would happen one day. I was in a terrible state.
Fabulous.
But he rang my radio show out the blue when I worked for the BBC.
Yeah,
He said, Paul McCartney's on the phone and went, don't be stupid. Well, or words to that effect.
Yeah.
Well, somebody said to me, he carries money. I'm like, he's not the Queen.
No.
I mean, why would you think he wouldn't carry money? But he did. He tried to give me £20, which was overpaying,
that's
really.
lovely, though.
It's very nice that he offered.
Could have given him change.
Yeah.
I think he was joking with me. Anyway, I didn't put it to the test.
He was joking. You should have taken it.
Lovely story. If you've got any stories of meeting celebs, go on, tell us. GBviews at gbnews.uk.
Yeah, it's nice. Put a smile on our face. Pete, let's have a look at the Express and a very lucky person.
I wanted to mention this story because the video is haunting. It's the Argentine vice president who was shot at. Have you not seen it, Anne? It's absolutely horrendous. There is the gun, there she is, and the gun stuck. It had 5 bullets in it. And the gun stuck.
And there's so many people around that if it had gone off, it wouldn't have...
It would have shot other people.
It could have been more than just her. It could have got...
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The luckiest woman alive.
To show that. There we are, yes.
The luckiest woman alive.
And they have got him, haven't they?
They've got him. They know him. He's on his social media. He's got a Nazi black sun tattooed on his arm, and he's far right. But I mean.
Somebody up there was looking after her.
When you watch the video, you shudder. But to be a politician these days, look who we've lost in this country.
Politician. I mean, I know we all can have opinions. We can all disagree about things. We've done it today. But my goodness, I mean, the danger they have to be. They take it. You know, our politicians. You hear them talking about it. Yes, death threats, as though it's the It is not normal.
How's she going to ever close her eyes again and sleep?
Oh, don't know.
You know, you can't imagine. But I wanted to mention because it's just gone around the world.
My goodness.
Yeah. Susan, in the Star, we're all dreaming of a light Christmas, aren't we?
Well,
financially light.
It is going to be very light. And the story that they've gone with here is about Britain facing a colourless Christmas as councils and companies and citizens cancel fairy lights. But when you read down into the story, they are talking about the huge displays and the neighbours who have those kind of light their entire houses for weeks on end. I don't think they're saying that everybody has to necessarily not have Christmas lights on their own personal tree. But I mean, obviously there is a huge issue here and people need help and we need to be told quickly what is going to happen because people are torturing themselves. And I don't want people to be thinking about Christmas being horrendous again. We've had just
some terrible times.
Some terrible times. Yeah. I mean, I'm not putting myself in a bracket of people who have had really, really awful times, but I've not seen people for 2 years. Even if you haven't got the things that maybe you would really like, the presents you could afford, or we can see people. Let's just hold on to that. We can see.
Susan, on the back of that story also, to all the papers and to news outlets as well, we've got to stop going on about the problems we've got with heating, electricity, etc., and bills, because it's killing people. It's actually killing people through fear.
But Pete, until politicians start doing something...
Yes, but there's a major war. But there's a major war. There's been a major pandemic and there's companies out there making a great deal of money. I agree with you. Something's got to be done. But telling people know they're struggling.
Yeah.
And it's killing people.
Susan's got a point, though, hasn't she? If we don't keep on about it, will the politicians wake up to it?
Yeah, that needs to be done. But it doesn't need to be...
Yeah, but you're also a journalist, and you know if you go on and on about it too much, it becomes numb.
But we don't need another headline that says Christmas is cancelled.
I know.
Because so far it is not. And I refuse to have that happen. And I refuse to allow Christmas to be cancelled in my house again. I spent the first year doing what I was told to do, because I was under the impression that was the right thing, despite the fact apparently we could have been partying, but who knew? And so we didn't see anybody. The second year, we didn't see anybody either, because they all got COVID, unfortunately. So we had having said all that, I am very fortunate. I wake up with Noddy Holder next to me shouting it's Christmas to wake me up on Christmas morning, and then cook my Christmas dinner. So I cannot complain. But at the same time, it will be really, really nice this year if I can just see people. And that is what will be Christmas for me.
I'm so glad you mentioned your husband. I've got to ask the question that we all want to know.
Oh, Lord.
When do you actually get the cheque each year?
I have nothing to do with me, and I'm not even going there.
Boxing Day.
That's better. That's got to be better than a pension.
Don't forget, it's not the only kit he's had, you know.
No, I know, but very useful.
I bet it's the one that makes more money for him.
Not necessarily, but we're not getting
we've got another show here.
Right, there you go. On that note, we will leave it.
Lovely.
It's been, do you know what? It's been really good to see you.
Have we finished?
We're finished.
You mean I can't talk about the old people's ministers and staying on social media and the sex you have?
Come and talk
all
to
those
me
stories
about
we can't do.
No, thankfully not. No.
Talk it up in the green room. Go on. over a nice cup of coffee.
Been good to see you. We need to keep you two paired up together. It's been lovely. It's a nice little pairing, that. Now, we just need to very quickly tell you about the world's fifth oldest zoo closing its doors on its iconic Bristol site. Closed last night. Bristol Zoo Gardens has been letting the public get up and close and personal with the animals for nearly 200 years, but things have had to change.
Just because it's getting so expensive. Our southwest of England reporter Jeff Moody was one of their last visitors.
When they first housed animals here, the iconic Clifton Suspension Bridge was less than 5 years old. In nearly 200 years, Bristol Zoo Gardens has welcomed 90 million visitors and helped save 175 species from extinction. It survived 2 world wars, but it can't survive this. The perfect storm of COVID, inflation and rising energy costs has forced the site to close down.
Well, I came as a kid for the first time. I must have been about 8, I think. So our mum used to bring us here once a week. She had an annual zoo pass. So yeah, I'm just kind of reliving those memories.
Yeah, really sad. It's amazing. It's the first time I've ever been here, so I'm really glad that I was able to come before it closed.
Closing down it may be, but it's not disappearing. Bristol Zoological Society has another site a few miles up the road. They've run the 2 sites in tandem for years, but in current climes it's not practical or profitable to continue with both.
So really we took the decision, and the pandemic really forced our hands to concentrate on one site, and it has to be the Wild Place Project sites to really transform and focus on building the new Bristol Zoo on a site where we've got a bit more space, well 10 times the space, and much more flexibility to focus on our conservation and do what we want to do.
Staff have been migrating to the new site for weeks now. The hope is visitors will follow suit. But it's not just the visitors and the staff. The logistics involved in moving so many animals from one part of the county to another is quite frightening. But it's something that zoos up and down the country have been preparing for a very long time.
Some animals are easier, particularly things that are smaller are generally easier. But, you know, some things are much more delicate, you know, so some birds, they have a very high metabolism, so we have to make sure that the transport times are very short. And we do that by investigating all the options in terms of where they get moved and how quickly they're moved to make sure we do it in the right way.
The current 12-acre site is being sold for housing, sustainable living set in beautiful gardens. The sale will fund the development of the new Bristol Zoo, which will be built at the Society's Wild Place project and is due to open in 2024. They say moving house is one of the most stressful things you can do. The hope is, by then, the animals will be firmly ensconced in their new home and ready to be gawped at once more. Jeff Moody, GB News.
I love that.
Do you think we've got a fan there? Do you think he's?
You know who he's clapping for?
No.
Stephanie Tench.
Stop
it. Who's here? I was just saying to Stephanie when she came in the studio. I'm very fortunate. I get my ironing done.
Lucky man.
I do have an ironing lady, but it's her business. It keeps, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, I popped in this week and she said, "Oh, I love the show. I love the show." She said, "But most of all, I love that Stephanie who does the Showbiz."
Stop it. Thank you, Shelley.
So there you go. What have you got for us this morning?
Well, I do like to start Showbiz on a bright note. So this is not so much of a bright note, but last night on Instagram, Jane Fonda told her 1 million+ followers that she has been diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. She said it's a very treatable cancer. She has 6 months' worth of chemotherapy ahead. But I would like to say that Jane Fonda is a battle axe when it comes to cancer, because she successfully beat breast cancer and also skin cancer. So she's looking quite positive for this one as well.
She is 84, though.
I know.
6 months of chemo is going to be
that will take its toll
on her.
But you know, she's quite a political activist, so she's made light of it. She says she's quite lucky and privileged as a celebrity in America to afford good health care, and she's got health insurance. And she was like, there's so many people people in the States who do not have that. So her message was quite political as well. And even though we're saying it could be quite taxing her doing the chemotherapy, she's like, she still plans to do her climate activism. And so that cancer's not going to stop her. So
I love the positive attitude.
Yeah.
Because that makes all the difference. I love Jane Fonda.
I know, she's just been such a force.
She is.
All her life she's been a force. She used to be called Hanoi Jane, didn't she?
Oh,
yeah. She was campaigning about the Vietnam War and campaigning for America to pull out of the Vietnam. Right from those very, very early days, she wasn't afraid to put herself out there.
And she's been arrested quite a few times. She's like one of those celebrities, every time she's get arrested, she just has this big smile on her face and she finds it so funny. So I really hope she pulls through this.
Oh, yeah. She's gone grey recently, hasn't she?
She has. She's embracing her silver years.
To go with a natural colour.
I think it suits
It was
her.
quite a shock at first.
You know, it's been in the news quite a bit. I can't remember Melissa Messenger this week as well. She's also gone grey this week, and she was getting a lot of criticism for going grey. Yeah, because she was blonde before, like quite glamorous.
We live in a mad world where you get criticism for going grey. That's something that's naturally happening to you.
And yet, all the youth today are dyeing their hair grey.
Yeah.
You seen that?
It's like a new trend now.
New trend to dye your hair grey.
Yeah.
I'm not going there. No way. No way.
Oh, well, you're very lucky. You've kept your colour.
Oh, absolutely I have. Completely natural. Totally natural. I want pink hair. That's what I've
Oh, I can't wait to see you with pink hair, Anne.
I've tried it a couple of times. It just doesn't work. But I still want it.
Maybe purple.
Yeah, I've tried purple and green. During lockdown, I tried...
Did you?
I tried all sorts of colours, yeah. I got home kits, you know. And no, it might work, but then I'm not a professional colourist. I think you really need somebody who really knows what they're doing.
I'll tell you what, I'm looking forward to next weekend, ladies and gentlemen, see what colour you come in. You'd be like, you could come in a different colour every week. You'd be like Mrs. Slocum.
Yeah. You just want highlights, don't you? And it's Mrs. Slocum. I'm mortally offended. I might walk in.
She was great. She had a different colour every week.
She did, yes. Wigs. I think a wig is the answer.
Yeah, definitely. I'm all for the colourful wigs. You can just chop and change.
Oh, dear.
I'll warn you if I do it. Then you should wear a tie to match.
Oh, yeah, that would be nice. Can we talk The Crown?
Yeah, so we've got season 5, which is going to be coming out in November, but it's all about season 6 because there's been about, like, who's been casted as who, and it's been confirmed they've now found the Kate Middleton for season 6 and Prince William. So we've got Meg Bellamy, and this is her first professional acting role. And she done a self-taping following a social media call. Yeah, and she's only 19 years old and she looks like Kate Middleton, a very young Kate Middleton.
So with this season 6, you said, would that be the first time we see Kate Middleton?
Yes.
Yeah,
so it will be her in St Andrews University when she met Prince William. So it's going to be following their love story, which is going to be quite exciting. But then also we're going to have 2 Prince Williams. So season 6 is going to be about the aftermath of Princess Diana's death and, you know, Prince William's latter years. So that's going to be played by Rufus Camper, who's 16, and also Ed McFay, who's 21 years old. So these are going to be some fresh faces that are going to be coming to the screen.
Do you know what? I almost feel a bit sorry for them because it's going to be instant fame.
It is. It is. And to be honest, I hope that they've got people who can prepare them for that because The Crown is such one of those series, it's loved worldwide and it's already made so many stars already. So at such a young age, it could be quite a bit intimidating for them. But
I think you need somebody with a good family who'll keep their feet on the ground.
Definitely.
Like the Harry Potter stars have managed their lives extremely well, most of them, haven't they? But all of them have come from pretty sort of sensible families.
And hopefully they're sheltered as well because, you know, after The Crown, it's like they could be typecasted just for playing Kate Middleton and Prince William, so hopefully it's onwards and upwards for them.
I'm wondering what else you're going to tell us, Stephanie, because if you're watching on TV at the moment, it says toe-turning memories.
I don't know about
I know what that's all about.
Toe-turning?
Oh, that's nothing.
Have you got any special memories you want to share?
No, I don't.
Like a psychiatry session.
Not toe-turning ones, anyway.
I'll tell you what that's about. See if we can get that taken off for you. Bake Off.
Bake Off. So, guys, we're getting to that season now where all the shows are coming back strictly, but Bake Off will be coming back on September 13th for the same judges, Matt Lucas, Dame Prue Leaf. But now they've unveiled their contestants in the trailers, and it's going to be 12 new contestants, and they're all global. So most of them, we got people from Saudi Arabia, Poland, Libya, and Sweden. So they're going to be they're going to be on air for 10 weeks, and they're going to be whittled down to 3 contestants in the final.
Is it deliberately global? It doesn't seem if it's a Great British Bake Off.
Yeah, well, you know, they said in the press release.
I think it gives them the chance to explore recipes with. You get more and more, don't you? The contestants are saying, "Oh, this is what I used to do at home. You know, where I was brought up."
Makes
in India
it a bit more.
It just makes the cooking a bit more
interesting. So it'll be. They've got families back in those countries, so I'm sure, as Anne was saying, they're going to be inspired by that for their recipes. It makes it a bit more exciting. Are you a good baker, you guys?
I like baking.
No, I like watching it.
Yeah, same here.
And I do get inspired to do it. The minute you watch a Bake Off, you think, oh, I could make a gingerbread house. And off you go, and you absolutely wreck the kitchen. Dust and flour all over the place. And it turns out nothing like what you thought. But it does actually get you going and interested in baking.
It really does, but I'm scared to get into baking. It'll be over for my waistline from there.
Oh, yeah. That's the trouble. I can't eat it because it knocks my blood sugar through the roof. But I do like doing it.
It seems quite therapeutic.
It is quite therapeutic.
Yes,
There's nothing like smashing a bit of dough together.
No, that's right. Kneading dough, making bread is a wonderful thing.
Oh, bread.
That looks good. The kneading part. Well, Bake Off back on air September 13th.
So the final will be sort of just in time for Christmas.
Yes, around the same time as Strictly.
We're talking about Christmas.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
Really?
Christmas is my favourite time.
I mean, I love Christmas, but I can, I'm still feeling summer.
Yeah. I'm kind of mourning summer.
We need to say goodbye to summer
yet.
I
tell you what, I'm just looking because we get this technology, so sometimes we can see where the biggest group of people watching is.
Yeah.
Just had a message from the boss actually.
Oh, yeah.
So a big thank you to everyone who's watching in Sheffield, Cornwall, Norfolk, Northumberland, Derry, Hampshire, Wigan, Fylde. Oh, come on, Fylde. Yeah. Leeds, Manchester, Birmingham and Bradford. They're our biggest hotspots this morning. And do you know what I like about that? It's all around the country, and a lot in the north.
Yes.
So it's like, because I think we're not London-centric here.
We're going global.
We're going global. We're going northern, which is always a good thing.
Where's Fylde?
Fylde is it's near Blackpool.
Oh, nice.
It's that way. And I must have...
Got a squeaky chair.
Some WD-40 needs to be brought into the studio immediately before I creak. Stephanie, thank you. We'll see you later on. We will be back. And we've got much more coming up for you in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of 2 wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
I've just been busy with
Protesters
events, really.
invade Parliament,
Haven't
but
been
what's gone wrong with security in the Palace of Westminster?
Good morning. It's 9 o'clock on Saturday, the 3rd of September. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
As you know, we are live right across the UK on your radio, on your TV and online. So whatever you're up to as the day goes on, you can take GB News out and about with you.
So here are the top stories you ought to know about this morning. 8 people have been arrested after Extinction Rebellion protesters entered the House of Commons. The activists demanded a citizens' assembly be formed to debate the climate crisis. But the real question is, how did they get in past security?
We're all going potty. Apparently, pothole problems are deepening as the cost of fixing Britain's roads starts to spiral out of control.
And Bristol Zoo is locking its gates after 186 years as they prepare to move to a new site.
I love those zebras.
I love zebras. So the other way around.
We're going to swap now, aren't we? We'd love to hear from you, of course, this morning. Anything you want to talk about. The jollier the better, I think, with this last hour. But it's up to you, of course. GB Views at gbnews.uk.
So, very good morning to you. Sorry, I was just fiddling around there. I've just been reminded of a story because we were talking about meeting celebrities, and Susan was talking about the time when she met Paul McCartney. I've just been reminded about a McCartney story that happened to me.
Oh, yeah.
When I was arriving for the first time at the Buddy Holly birthday party that Paul and Linda used to give every year, Paul grabbed me and said, "You must come and meet my kids because they don't believe I know Anne Diamond."
Is that true?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. First time I ever met... No, not first time I ever met Paul, but first time I met Paul when I was doing breakfast television. I went to a big bash. It probably was the same bash because they did throw this big birthday party. I was sort of... I could see all these people mingling around somebody. And I thought, that must be Paul McCartney. I'll sort of see if I can edge my way over. And as I was edging my way over, he said, "Annie Diamond!" And he recognised me. And I said, "I don't understand that." And he said, "Well, what do you think? We're an ordinary family. We switch the telly on in the morning over breakfast."
See, I feel very left out because I'm the only person in the studio this morning who's never met Paul McCartney.
Oh, well, we'll have to put that to
I've interviewed his brother.
Yeah.
Who was in...
Mike.
Was it Mike?
It is Mike, yeah.
Yeah, who was in the...
Scaffold.
The Scaffold.
Mm.
So I've interviewed him once. That's the closest I've ever got to a McCartney meeting. But there you go.
I was with him just a couple of weeks ago in Liverpool.
Oh,
Mike
yeah?
McCartney, yeah.
Oh.
We were on a cruise ship. And I'd invited him on board because the cruise ship had called into Liverpool. And amazing, Liverpool is incredibly popular for cruise ships because the cruise ship just emptied. Everybody was off on a Liverpool excursion. And many of the excursions went round the Beatles' top site, Strawberry Fields, and all the rest of it, including Paul and Mike's house. And where they were brought up. And then Mike McCartney was still on board when all of the all of the cruise guests were coming back on board after they'd been round. And I said to Mike McCartney, "Isn't that astonishing? When you look at most of these people, they've probably all just been round your house."
That's strange.
Lived their whole life, really, both of them, since they were very young, lived their whole life. Unbelievably famous.
Yeah.
Incredible
Scary,
life,
isn't it?
really.
Absolutely scary. Actually, loads of you getting in touch already this morning. Who's this from? I haven't got a name here.
I don't know.
But it's a morning, Stephen and Anne. I had COVID 8 weeks ago, tired with a bad cold, and I consider that is my booster jab. Having a lovely morning watching the show with the Dachshunds.
Oh, I see.
Oh, it's Helen.
Picture.
Oh,
You're
there you
watching
go.
with your Dachshunds. That's another word that people say differently, isn't it? Dachshund or Dachshund?
Yeah, I wouldn't know either that way. Don't know. But anyway, isn't that interesting that so if you've recently had COVID, you can see it as a booster. They're rolling out the new booster jabs from Monday.
I don't know whether having recently had COVID is a booster, though, really.
It's like if you're travelling abroad when you had to show if you'd had boosted or not, you could, if you had recently had COVID, that would count as a booster because obviously your immune system is responding to it. But anyway, it's an interesting one. I don't know. I mean, I don't, each to their own. I mean, I've had 4 jabs so far, and I will be getting the next one. So, but that's me. I
It's your choice, which is brilliant.
I think
it's brilliant that it's available and is your choice.
I think so, yeah. Anyway, let us know what you think. GBViews at gbnews.uk. Now, an investigation is going to be launched into security at the Houses of Parliament following a protest by environmental activists. About 50 protesters from Extinction Rebellion, yes, them again, appeared at the site with some chaining themselves to the railings at the palace gates. They were demanding a citizens' assembly be formed to debate the climate crisis, and one even climbed the scaffolding to unveil a banner to onlookers. Yeah, but how did they get there? Should we be worried about it with a new PM next week? I mean, it's all about security, isn't it? And in the House of Commons, the Palace of Westminster should be a very secure place. Let's talk to columnist for The Express, Leo McKinstry, who joins us now. Good to see you this morning, Leo. Look, what do you make of all of this? Because, I mean, it does seem shocking that something like this happens in this day and age in Westminster, in Parliament, which should be an extremely secure environment.
Exactly, you just said it. It should be extremely secure, and especially after the assassination of David Amos and the killing of the assassination of Joe Cox, you'd think that the security would be absolutely a top priority. And it does seem amazing to me. I spent many years working in the Palace of Westminster, and security got tighter and tighter, that in 2022, people can smuggle in glue and banners without being stopped. And it raises questions about what if terrorists have been trying to smuggle in knives or other weaponry or some type of device. So it is very worrying. Though I do find the Extinction Rebellion people absurd. You've got to laugh. We're living in the world that they created, dominated by the demand for net zero carbon emissions, and that's the result has been vulnerability of supply, mass fuel poverty, soaring energy bills, threats of blackouts, and dependency on foreign imports when we could be self-sufficient in our own energy. And because they've dominated the agenda and they've set the agenda, they come up with this crackpot demand for citizens' assembly. What is Parliament but a citizens' assembly elected by the people? But of course, they're not really interested in democracy. They're just interested in the imposition of their own ideology, and their citizens' assembly would just be a citadel of demagoguery and hardline green ideology that would then make the climate crisis even worse.
The problem is, isn't it, from the security point of view, is that it's very important for democracy, as you say, that we, the public, have the right to go into the Palace of Westminster and witness debate in the chambers. And how then, if the public are allowed in, how do you stop people like that from infiltrating, pretending they're just ordinary members of the public, and then sort of unfurling their banners?
Well, actually, the security, it seems to me, like an airport nowadays, was actually quite good. I mean, you are very thoroughly checked. I had lunch in the palace only a few weeks ago, and they went through airport-style scanners and removed all your keys, your wallets, your belt, and it was just like getting onto a plane. And I find it amazing that the bags of banners and the glue weren't found in those sort of searches. And of course, you can never have 100% security, but I think the experience of airports shows that you can get institutions and activities to continue functioning and not completely halt them while having quite tight security. So something's gone badly wrong here, and we look forward to what the investigation reveals.
I just find it a bit surprising looking at the footage. I mean, even there we're seeing protesters gluing themselves around Speaker's chair. And towards the end, you see some sort of security person sort of gently wandering in. Why is there why is there not a great rush of security and armed police going in, finding out what on earth is going on?
Exactly, Steve. I mean, this is the great complaint, isn't it, about the handling of Extinction Rebellion, Insulate Britain, and those bunch of clowns, Just Stop Oil, who closed down the Thurrock plant last week. And there's an atmosphere of suspicion that the police go slightly soft, that security forces go slightly soft on these Extinction Rebellion and Green zealots, because the state is, in a way, on their side. And if these had been terrorists, suspected terrorists, or let's say people who are protesting about immigration or against transgender ideology, you can there's no doubt that the authorities would have gone in much harder and they would have acted more swiftly. There's far too much softly with the Green protesters. We see that all the time in those disgraceful disruption to the M25 and the motor network, and the ridiculous closure of the Docklands Light Railway. I mean, you couldn't get a greener form of transport than the Docklands Light Railway, yet some Green protesters glued themselves to the carriages and were allowed to without any intervention by the police or the authorities. And I think we will believe in the right to protest. It's one of the pillars of our democracy. But the right to protest shouldn't be allowed to hold society to ransom and to blackmail the public. And there has to be a tougher approach from the police towards these childish, arrogant agitators and disruptors.
And that's exactly what they are disrupting, isn't it? They're disrupting our right to go to behave like normal human beings and want to just go in and witness a debate. They're spoiling it for everybody else, aren't they?
And as I said, the idiotic thing is in a way, their agenda has triumphed. We are living in the world that they wanted to create, a world where we have far too much reliance on renewables that may work one day, but they're very unreliable nowadays. And elsewhere, we've got soaring energy bills, fuel poverty, and dependency on foreign imports. And in a way, they've won, and we can see what the consequences are, and it's not very pleasant.
Leo McKinstry, good to talk to you this morning. Thanks very much indeed. I mean, it's interesting when you look at some of those protesters, and they don't look like protesters, do they? I mean, at all ages, men, women,
yes,
different minority backgrounds. I mean, they don't look like protesters.
No.
They don't look like a threat.
No, but we need to know how they got in there and what they looked like when they walked through the security gates. And it's interesting because I was wondering at first, how did they get in with placards? But they're not. They're obviously unfurled cloth. So they'd thought it through. And superglue, could that be detected by a security arch? I doubt it.
But they should be going through the bags, shouldn't they? Or do they just scan the bags? Or do they just scan the bags?
No, they look in you. I seem to remember they look in your handbag. You go in.
I don't know. It's just what I don't want to do is give the impression that we're all against protesting, because I've never been on a protest march. I've got to be perfectly honest. But I think we have, it is an important right. We need to be. If we are discontent, we need to be able to protest about it, and that will inevitably cause disruption for some people. You're not going to have a protest and everyone saying, "Oh, isn't this fabulous?" You're not. So I agree with people who I don't agree with being able to protest. But
like
it's about security at the heart of democracy.
Yes, we applaud the suffragettes, and they went into the Houses of Parliament and chained themselves to statues and whatever and caused all sorts of mayhem. We applaud them now. We didn't at the time, I suppose. We were talking about Paul McCartney earlier.
Oh, yes.
Because when Pete was here earlier as well, reviewing the newspapers, he said that Paul rang his radio programme. Paul's known to do that. And if you're watching Paul, get in touch because he hasn't met you yet.
No.
That one Nick Owen,
oh yes,
to do breakfast television with me, says, "Oh, do you remember how Paul McCartney rang us live on TVAM? He'd just seen Dionne Warwick complaining about how the Beatles had taken the song, Dionne's hit in the States, Anyone Who Had a Heart, and given it to their friend Cilla. She was complaining about it. Cilla had a #1 with it, and it clearly annoyed Dionne Warwick. I remember chatting to Paul for about 3 minutes on air. We ran out of time, so I said, Paul, we're going to have to let it be for now."
Oh, is Nick watching now then?
Yeah,
Must be.
obviously is. Yeah.
Hello. I snuck into your studio at Pebble Mill and stole some napkin rings from your set.
And I didn't even know we had napkin rings.
Yeah, you did.
Well, we clearly didn't have them after that.
No, you didn't. You didn't have them for very long.
No.
There you go, Nick. Oh, there you go. Yeah, lovely.
You did work experience.
I did work experience at Pebble Mill. Yeah, there you
Believe
go.
it.
Sorry, Nick, to make you feel old.
Yeah. And me. What about me? I feel old. Thank you very much.
You're younger than Nick, though, aren't you?
Slightly.
Oh, there you go, you see. Do you know what? Actually, do you know what someone said to me when we first started doing this together? And of course, we've known each other for a long time.
They said, "How's your mother?"
No. But they said, and I thought it was very interesting, actually. They said, really like the dynamic on the show because it's very unusual to see a younger man with an older lady.
Actually, that's very true.
And that is true.
You usually have older men with
dolly birds.
Yes, I wasn't going to say that, but yes, that's often how TV producers cast programmes like this. Yeah.
So it's interesting that we buck the trend. I like that.
That's nice, bucking the trend.
Yeah.
I like that very much.
Yeah, there you go. Good. We like to do things differently here on GB News. I'm the dolly bird.
Yes.
Hey, I waited a long time for that.
You said it, I couldn't.
Let's bring you up to date with some headlines, should we? And bus journeys in England will be capped at £2 from January to help families struggling with the rising cost of living. The Department for Transport says the scheme could see some passengers save more than £3 on a single ticket.
Thousands of new emergency beds will be given to shelters as part of a government scheme to end rough sleeping in England. The 3-year plan, costing £2 billion, will also see over 2,000 new supported living accommodations.
Here's what me and Anna are excited about today. NASA, later on, is going to try to launch its moon rocket. There was a failed attempt on Monday. That initial launch postponed. There was temperature problems in the engine and a leak. They're now expecting Artemis 1 to lift off at 7:17 UK time tonight from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida.
And Russia says it's keeping its Nord Stream 1 gas pipeline to Germany closed after, they say, finding faults during maintenance. This comes, of course, just a day after G7 countries agreed to put a price cap on Russian oil exports so that would reduce Moscow's ability to fund its war in Ukraine.
I always think it's fascinating when people are watching. You know, it's a bit like when you get stopped out and about. And do you know what? I love it because it's always so nice to say hello to you. But it's the fact that people, there was a point in about February, March when people would say, oh, it's you off GB News, rather than you from anywhere else that you've worked. And I thought that's a real turning point.
Yes, really is. Lovely.
So, yeah, if you do see us out and about, just come and say hello.
Nicely.
Nicely. Yeah, do it nicely. It's just nice. It's lovely to actually meet you.
Yeah. Well, it's reassuring in a way.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we could be sitting here, you know.
We could be talking to ourselves.
Yeah, but we're not.
No, we're not. Thank you. Our figures are going up and up and up, so you're clearly spreading the word. Thank you for that.
And keep the emails coming in, gbviews@gbnews.uk. Now, Britain's pothole problems apparently getting worse as the cost of fixing them keeps going up. Councils in England have seen the price of a pothole repair, apparently, jump up by 22%.
Now, they're blaming the war in Ukraine, the international supply chain issues, and that means some potholes are now, wait for it, expected to take 6 months or longer to fix.
Well, we sent our East Midlands reporter, Will Hollis, out with the nation's famous pothole campaigner, Mr. Pothole.
There's at least 12 potholes in that short section of road. So it's a perfect example. You don't have to travel that far.
In Brackley, Northamptonshire, the life of a pothole is always at risk of being shortened. Mark, aka Mr. Pothole, has become a menace for local councils, but a hero for Britain's roads and its users.
I mean, these have been marked up by the local council, but in reality, with their intervention criteria, it'll be up to 6 months before they actually get repaired. But in that time, they will get worse. If they get worse, and I monitor it, I will chase them because they become a danger.
He's spent the last decade of his life campaigning for road repairs, but now he's needed more than ever. The rising price of fixing a pothole is soaring, and as a result, fewer are being filled. 2 hours away in Lincolnshire, this hole hasn't escaped its fate. From the fuel in the tools to the black bits of bitumen, everything costs more. Before the war in Ukraine, many materials came from Russia, and now global supplies are squeezed. This pothole here in Grantham isn't going to be a problem for locals anymore, but the price of fixing it for councils like Lincolnshire is going to continue to cause difficulties because the exponential increase is almost unbearable. Fuel's up 135%, tarmac a 65% increase, bitumen rising by 30%, and on average, a pothole repair costing up to 22% more. Some local authorities are rationing supplies. Lincolnshire County Council says it has to prioritise jobs.
Fundamentally, it's a function of spend. Without the money to spend on the materials, on the labour, on the fuel to move everybody around, we're going to really struggle to keep on top of the potholes.
The local government association represents councils in England and Wales. It says a £400 million cut to the government's yearly road maintenance budget has already put councils under pressure. Councillor Reynolds says more cash is needed for authorities to function.
Given the increasing costs of both the materials and energy and other inflationary costs, that this poses an additional pressure on local councils when they're already very short of resources to carry out other statutory duties.
A Department for Transport spokesperson says the government is providing over £5 billion of investment over Parliament for highways in England, and that this is enough to fill millions of potholes a year. Back in Brackley, Mark's on to the next job. Being Mr. Pothole has become part of his identity. But a total rethink of road repairs is his dream ending for Britain's pothole nightmare.
Repairing potholes is a waste of money. You're better off to renew the asset itself properly and have a long-term plan. Governments have not really woken up to that.
Will Hollis for GB News in the East Midlands.
I'm going to be very unpopular in the newsroom
Why?
after this, because I do have to tell you that our producer this morning said, isn't it funny that someone called Mr. Pothole now campaigns against potholes?
However, it is not a case of nominative determinism.
She's going to hate me now.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Calls himself Mr. Pothole.
God, Mr. Pothole. Well, it's like there was...
I love nominative determinism, though, don't you? When you get a name that...
That properly fits.
Yes.
I had a sports teacher called Mr. Ball.
Mr. Ball?
Yeah. He's my sports teacher
I
at
suppose that's
Dowdale.
good for a sports teacher, yes, I can see that.
Yeah, though my history teacher was called Mr. Nutter, which probably...
Oh, that must have been terrible for him.
That's terrible.
Oh.
Yeah. A couple of ones on... Can I do a couple of ones on Meghan?
I was trying to think of Gardener's question time. Sorry. But I used to do a drive every single day when I was doing my radio show. I'd drive back in the afternoon, and I always listened to Gardener's question time.
Oh yeah, they had a couple, didn't
and they have Honeydew.
Oh yeah.
I can't remember her name, but she's
Yeah.
Miss Honeydew, and a few others. They're absolutely perfect names for gardeners.
And
Weird, isn't it?
There's a Radio 4, if you're a listener. You shouldn't be. Listen to GB News Radio instead. But Radio 4 have got a comedy producer called Joe King.
No, really? Yeah. Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. I love names that fit the bill for you.
Will's not happy.
Oh.
He says, I'm a bit upset by the negative opinions of Meghan. Recently, Meghan and Harry rescued a 7-year-old beagle called Mamma Mia that had been used for breeding over and over again.
They called her Mamma Mia. They rescued her.
They called her Mamma Mia.
They called her Mamma Mia, which we thought was a bit strange.
He says, I don't see other royals doing things for our beloved pets.
Oh, come on, I think they do.
I think they do.
The Duchess of Cambridge, no, not Cambridge, Camilla, is patron of the dogs that sniff things.
Oh, detection dogs.
Medical detection dogs. And other charities. I think they do a lot of work.
Yeah.
And I think they have also rescued dogs.
But, you know,
I think the royals do a lot for animals.
But, you know, I mean, it's right to highlight the good things that they do, Will. It's just they are doing some negative stuff as well, which is... I mean, John says, Stephen, don't feel too anguished about Harry's effect on the royal family. There's a lot more ordinary families going through far worse than they are, and they haven't got the fortunes to soften the blow. And yet, that's a perfectly valid point, but I'm not thinking about... I'm thinking about literally family and family relations and family love and all the familial stuff, not about the rest of it. I'm just viewing them as human beings rather than, you know, him and William are brothers. You know, forget the rest of it.
And it's very sad that they're brothers now. And they're going to live within 400 feet of each other, apparently, because Harry and Meghan are in Frogmore Cottage and William and Kate have moved into Adelaide Cottage, all within the Windsor environs and Windsor Castle sort of area. And that's literally 400 feet apart. But they have no plans to see each other at all, even though Meghan and Harry are coming to England, coming to Britain quite soon, I think, this week.
What if they're going to stay for very long?
I don't know. If you really don't get on with somebody, and then your brother moves in 400 feet away, it's quite difficult not to see them, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anne from Swansea, morning Anne, says, Dear Anne, as lovely as you are, your outfit is making my eyes squint. I'm only going to look at Steve this morning.
Oh, hello.
I'm boggle-eyed.
Cut me up on a single then. There you go. That'd be better. I love that top on you.
I can see why it doesn't go... It doesn't
No,
do that,
it doesn't strobe.
Strobe, no.
I love it, though. It's so vibrant.
Thank you. It is quite green, isn't it?
I absolutely love it.
I was very worried about wearing green.
No.
Used to be that you didn't wear green very much. It was sort of, I think some people used to deem it unlucky.
Oh, Ron from Harwich has emailed in. And oh my, are you related to Aidan McGee? Ron from Harwich, because he said, morning to you both. Did you know that Nelson's real name was Nielsen? He changed it when he lost an eye.
Yes, I think you must be related.
That is an Aidan McGee joke.
It really is.
Stop it. And this one from Sue. Morning, you two. So glad you're back, Stephen. Oh, thank you. You and Anne are a very good fit, natural, and you've made me smile again this morning. That's the thing.
Making you smile.
We sort of forget we're on air sometimes, don't we?
We do, which is a worry.
We just have a chit-chat with you, and it's lovely. That's what I like. It's all about family.
And also, I mean, it's our job to bring the news, obviously, but the news is just so shocking at the moment and horrible that it's nice to actually mix it in with a bit of much more light-hearted real life. Because even though times are gloomy sometimes, you still have to have a laugh, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
And there are funny things happening.
There are. Some things we can't tell you, though.
No.
It's dreadful, honestly. Sometimes I wish our mics were up in the commercial break. You'd have a hoot.
No, dangerous. Very dangerous.
Dangerous times. Maybe one day I'll write a book. Anyway. Anyway, don't go anywhere because we're taking a trip to the zoo in just a couple of minutes.
Hello, it's looking rather changeable across the UK through this weekend with a mixture of showers and longer spells of rain. Winds will often be quite strong at times as well, particularly in the north, but in between all of that, there will still be some warm sunshine. If we look at the pressure pattern then, you can see the reason why low pressure dominates our weather through this weekend, something we've not seen for quite some time. And as we head through Saturday, this weather front in the west will bring the focus of the heaviest of the rain. So quite a wet start to the day across parts of Northern Ireland and western Scotland. That rain often quite heavy and persistent and lasting throughout much of the day as well. So that's what's going to bring the risk of some localised flooding with a warning in force for heavy rain. Rain starting to creep in across the far west of Wales, southwest England, but elsewhere across the UK it will be drier with some bright or sunny spells. But that sunshine could spark off some heavy, possibly thundery showers through the afternoon, particularly across northern, central and eastern parts of England, although some places could escape them and stay with a dry day throughout. In that sunshine, still warm though, highs of 25 or 26 in the south, but those strong winds continuing across parts of the north. Now through the rest of Saturday into the evening and overnight, all those showers will continue to push their way northwards and eastwards. Dry for a time across England and Wales with one or two mist and fog patches, but then more heavy rain will spread in across Northern Ireland, parts of Wales, southwest England, with strengthening winds, particularly towards the southwest. But thanks to the cloud, wind and rain, it won't be a cold night anywhere. Temperatures holding up 14 to 17 degrees across the country once again. So we get up to a largely dry start across some central and eastern parts of England on Sunday morning. Still some rain across the far north at first, but through the day clouding over across England and Wales as we see this rain spread its way eastwards, reaching central and northern parts by the afternoon. Still dry and bright across the far southeast and sunnier skies following from the west, although more showers likely to spread up from the southwest as we head through the afternoon. Still those strong winds across parts of Devon and Cornwall. So staying changeable as we head into Sunday and into the early part of next week as well, with a mixture of showers or longer spells of rain. But in between all of that, there will be some bright or sunny spells and winds will stay quite strong as well, with temperatures close to average for the time of the year.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Morning to you, 9:31. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne on your TV, online, and of course on GB News Radio. If you actually get in touch if you're driving about listening to us once you've pulled in and things. It's great. So I love having it on in the car.
Yes, actually, if you've been listening, you'll have been interested in what we've been saying about potholes.
Oh.
Crystal says, and I don't know if this is true or not, I've no reason to doubt you, Crystal. She said, why don't they mix vegetable oil into the tarmac when they're repairing potholes, as they do abroad? It then expands and contracts due to weather conditions and doesn't need redoing.
Surely
So a sort of, a living, breathing pothole.
Oh, that would be good. Sue says maybe if they repaired them properly and not just a surface fix, the repair would last longer. Well, absolutely right.
But it's more expensive to do that, I suppose, isn't it?
Well, stitching time saves 9 and all that.
Of course. And we were also talking about nominative determinism. If you've got a surname that absolutely fits the job you do or where you live or whatever. Sylvia says, good morning. I had a doctor called Dr. Flu. Not very reassuring,
It's not very reassuring. Neither is Terry's, a fabulous plastic surgeon with a fitting name, Dr. Carver from Buckhurst Hill.
I don't think I like that one, Dr. Carver. Not when he's going to be doing your face or something.
Oh, gives me the shivers, but there you go. Oh, Dr. Carver doesn't mind being mentioned. It's PR, isn't it?
No, yeah, I'm sure you could.
Oh, and Lisa says, love the weekend mornings with you, the best TV couple since somebody else. Great dynamics. Someone else we're not going to mention.
No, we're not going to mention.
No, there you go. Should have pre-read that, shouldn't I?
Should have.
Anyway, now, honestly, get into so much trouble. Yeah. Amidst the impact of COVID, the rising cost of living, now energy crisis, Bristol Zoo has this historic... It shut down its beloved city centre site after 186 years.
It's relocating. It's not, closing down completely. Its previous home is going to be developed into housing, though, and it's a prime site because it's Clifton. And if you know Bristol, Clifton is the place to live. Clifton Suspension Bridge and then the zoo and everything. It is a prime site.
Well, our South West of England reporter, Jeff Moody, is down at Bristol Zoo with the gates closed behind you. I can see a bit of movement, though, Jeff. What's happening behind you?
Well, the gates are closing this evening. We've got one last day of zoo time. People have been queuing to get in for at least an hour and a half now. Some of them have actually been in tears as they go through the door, because it's extremely emotional. The accountants might say it's just bricks and mortar. It makes total economic sense to shut down this zoo, move it to the other location, which is 10 times bigger. You can expand there. Their breeding programs can improve and flourish. So it makes perfect financial sense to do this. And visitor numbers have dwindled since COVID. But it's the emotional side of it that is very hard to bear. Since they announced that this site was closing, they've been packed, ironically. People coming for a last visit to somewhere that's so special to their childhoods. And we all remember our trips to the zoo. We've been talking about it, haven't we, for most of the morning. People here saying they remember when Johnny Morris used to come and film here, that presenter, BBC presenter from quite some time ago, who used to do voices, all these sort of funny voices that were part of the animal, voices for the animals. So people remembering him as well. Lots of people in the queue waiting to go in. I'd like to go and speak to one, but they're a little bit too far away. But I'll see if I can speak to someone here. Hello, guys. Anyone want to talk to us live on GB News? Come on over here. Come on. I've grabbed somebody. So what brings you guys here today?
We come here all the time, and because it's the last day, we thought we'd come one more time because it's part of Bristol, isn't it?
How sad is it that it's closing down?
I mean, obviously, I came when I was little, and then
when I was little,
children, my grandchildren have come here, and it's just wonderful.
Would you go to the new site when it's moved?
We have been to the new site, so we got dual membership, haven't we, at the moment? So it'd be interesting to see how it works out and how it plans, but it's not going to be the same as this.
Well, I will. I only live about 10 minutes away from the new site, so for me it'll be a lot easier to go there.
Well, thank you for talking to us live. Have a lovely day in the zoo. Enjoy it. Well, the new site is up and running. The animals will be moved over slowly over the next couple of years because some of the enclosures haven't been built yet. And this site, as you were saying just now, Anne, will be turned mainly into housing, a lot of it affordable housing, which is great, affordable housing so close to Clifton Suspension Bridge, but also the grounds. And there's a beautiful monkey temple in here, lots of Victorian follies and features. The grounds and the gardens will still be open to the public, so you can go in and it'll be free as well. So people can still walk through the lovely grounds, they just won't see the animals. But the animals at least will have a little bit of a rest from the public for a while before they're back in a couple of years' time entertaining the crowds once more.
Jeff, thank you very much indeed.
Yeah. Apparently, in one of the newspapers that's also reporting on the sort of the closing down slightly of Bristol, the man who's only recently retired as a keeper in Bristol Zoo is called Mr. Partridge, which is almost nominative determinism, isn't it? And he says he lives nearby, and he loves to lie in bed when he's at home. He loves to lie in bed and listen to the lions roaring.
I see, that must be nice.
That must be. But it's clearly, I mean, just from those people that Jeff was talking to, I think if you live anywhere near and you've taken your own children there or you went there as a child, you feel a real sort of bond with a place, don't you?
Yeah.
One woman was in tears, it says here, as she explained how she used to bring her little boy, who is now starting university this autumn. And another one said he came to remember his dad, who used to take him there always as a boy. He says, I feel him close when I come.
Oh, well, hopefully you still feel him close when you're wandering around those gardens when they open, whenever that is.
Love Bristol. Did all my journalistic broadcasting training in
I don't
Bristol.
think I've ever been.
Oh, it's lovely.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever been.
It's a great place.
I should give it a whirl, shouldn't I?
Definitely go on the suspension bridge because it's unbelievable.
Over the next few years, I'd like to do more stuff around the UK.
Yes.
You know, little visits, a couple of days here and there. And
oh, no, it's definitely worth it. There are places that you forget how brilliant they are because we're so used to... We were talking about this the other day.
So used to
You're
just
so used to
going
going abroad on holiday, and actually there's an awful lot to see here.
Yeah.
Isn't Bad Kingdom Brunel built that bridge?
Oh, did he?
It's a Brunel bridge.
I tell you what, we had to message someone from who's actually worried about their job, actually, because of all this stuff.
The
Eden Project. You see that one?
Yeah. It's Lee at the Eden Project.
Oh, Lee. Here we go.
Been in touch
have a very good Saturday morning, you two. Thank you very much, Lee. The cost of living is really starting to kick in for many families now. I'm starting to worry about my job at the Eden Project because people are going to have to try to save every penny, and that could mean our visitor numbers are going to drop on a massive scale. I mean, that is going to be the thing, isn't it? It's things like attractions and charities that are going to really lose out in all of this.
Yes, as you cut back on the purse strings, as it were, you don't do the ordinary things like going to the zoo, like going to the Eden Project that you would in a normal year.
But we were saying just a few weeks ago, weren't we, that we'd love to go to the Eden Project. It'd be great to do a show from down there.
Really would be fantastic.
Yeah, looks absolutely amazing. So, Lee, I hope things stay all right for you there, and let's hope the numbers keep going, and they have to keep the whole, keep you all there to keep the whole system going at the Eden Project. It must be a lot of work. Anyway, keep your thoughts coming through. We've got plenty more to come for you because we've got the sport and showbiz with Aidan and Stephanie in a couple of minutes.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh, my goodness. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Oh, time for a proper old chit-chat with the whole GB News family, because this is breakfast with Stephen and Aidan and Stephanie. Good morning, you two.
Morning to you all. How you doing?
Morning. Yeah, all right, thank you. Did you have any? Do you know anyone with funny names and things? Because we've got
Normative determinism.
Oh, I don't know if I can say this name on air.
Oh, go on.
Probably could.
Oh.
Her name was Fanny.
Oh, that's fine.
Fanny, yeah, Fanny. In primary
Yeah.
school, and it was so bad because she wet herself one time. I remember someone put their hand and said, "Miss Fanny's wet herself," and it was like, traumatic.
Oh, what
a funny
shame.
A place near me called Pratt's Bottom. I always thought that.
Yes, there is. Yeah. There are some funny
It's
places.
great. It's Greater London. It's not even that far out.
Yeah.
I think it's out in the sticks.
Maria from Cannock says, we had a home economics teacher called Mrs. Cook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that happening.
Julian says, how about my dentist, Mr. Hole?
Oh. Mr. Hole. Ooh. Would it be
Mr.
Philip
Cavett.
Hole? Phil Hole?
Oh, that would be very good.
His appointment's at 2:30.
Dave says, morning to you both. At school in the 60s, we had a teacher called Miss Glue in domestic science. She stuck to her subject. It was absolutely gorgeous. All the boys wanted to be in her class.
Oh, that's lovely. I love old names and things like that. Diana writes, it's not nominative determinism. She's saying, I was researching medieval Glasgow, and 1110, there was a Mr. Richard Hangpudding.
Oh.
He applied to the Bishop's Court to sell property which had belonged to his father. In the 1400s, Griselda was a very popular name in the city, which was often shortened to Grizzle.
Oh, Griselda. I like the name
Griselda's a lovely
I
name.
like that name, actually. I used to get teased for my surname. So people see my name and they think, oh, it's Stephanie Tacky.
Yeah.
And tacky means cheap and all these things, which you guys know I'm not. But it's actually, my surname's pronounced Tetchy. So in primary school, all these kids, they used to just make fun of my surname, Stephanie
Were you tempted
Tacky.
to change the spelling, though, just to make it easier? Because some people do that, don't they?
No, don't spell it T-A-C-K-Y. I spell it T-A-K-Y-I. So in Ghana, it's like a traditional way to spell it. It actually
Well, it's a Ghanaian name,
yeah,
is
and
it?
it means waterfall in Japanese.
Oh,
yeah,
I love
it does.
Stephanie Waterfall.
Oh,
I like that.
lovely.
My primary school teacher was called Miss Rainbow.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, that was nice. I think she was a Stephanie as well.
We never knew our teacher's first name.
No, Shirley. Shirley Rainbow.
We never knew our
Yeah,
teacher's
no,
surnames.
did we?
I know, it was like it was a battle to find it out, you know. That was
Yeah.
a big
Weren't
class.
human beings, were they?
No, exactly. They grew up in flower pots.
Yeah,
Didn't have life experiences. That's what we thought, anyway.
Yeah.
But my friend Tom Teodorchuk, who was a journalist on Evening Standard, Tom Teodorchuk. Yeah, but he dropped the chuk. He said no one could understand why it was CZUK, and he just became. He now publishes as I think he works at Grazia now. He's just Tom Teodor.
Oh.
Yeah.
I
But there was a newsreader on Sky News about 30 years ago called Stephanie Callister.
Yes.
She was a McAllister. Drop the muck.
She dropped the muck.
Yeah. So people do that kind of thing just because otherwise...
Make it easier for
you're
them.
having an argument every time you go into... Well, not an argument, but you're just correcting people all the time. I guess if you have to do it all the time, it just gets a bit tiresome.
Well, I imagine there are some surnames you spend your entire life spelling to people.
Yeah. Well, talking of that, someone I do some work with occasionally in a diabetes-related company, Nikki. Her surname it's a married name. Is spelled Wojciechowicz.
Oh my goodness! How do you say that?
And
Wojciech.
No, but the number of times I just have to introduce her on stage and things, and it never went well. So in the end, in my phone, I've had to put it in phonetically. Wojciechowicz.
Is it German? Or Dutch?
Polish, I think.
Polish, yeah.
Wojciechowicz.
But even on autocue, it makes sense to spell things out phonetically sometimes.
No, I don't like it.
You don't like that?
It,
no.
One person's phonetic spelling is another.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. And you find yourself...
Trying to work it. You're trying to sit there looking at it, trying to work it out. But there you go.
Should we get back to business?
If we have to. If we have to.
Do we have to?
A bit of Serena?
Yeah, well, why not? I mean, we should give due
Applaud
deference.
her.
Oh, without question. I mean, she's 41 this month.
Ancient.
23 Grand Slams, one behind Margaret Court, but I think you'd have to consider the context here. Margaret Court won 14 of hers before the Open era, which means that she didn't always compete against professional opponents. I think another 14 Grand Slams in doubles, another 2 in mixed doubles, where she competed so successfully with her sister. The trailblazing run that she had, becoming a black American coming out of a sport which is historically white. I don't believe the numbers have actually changed that much in terms of participation in the last 23 years, but to me that just proves what an exception they were, coming out of a very deprived area of LA. Their father sponsoring and the mother sponsoring them and training them and everything, putting them through everything they needed to do to become an elite tennis player.
Have you seen the movie?
I haven't. I saw about the first half an hour of it on a plane, and I had to get off the plane. King Richard.
King Richard.
That's
right, yeah.
Oh, great movie.
Brilliant movie.
Absolutely
Brilliant
loved
movie.
it.
Yeah.
You don't even have to be in tennis. It's just the story of a remarkable family.
So she went out this morning on her sword, if you like. I mean, it was a 3-set defeat. She won the second set. She'd knocked out the second seed earlier in the week at the US Open. That was where she won her first Grand Slam as well, way back in 1999.
Yeah.
She also overcame some real battles in terms of challenges. You think of some of the players who came in and tried to challenge her authority over that kind of 23. She swatted them all away, bit by bit. She won her last Grand Slam in 2017. It seems a while ago, but don't forget she was 8 weeks pregnant when she did that. Almost died during pregnancy as well.
Yeah.
So, 8 weeks pregnant when she won a Grand Slam?
Yeah, she was.
Yeah.
I know, it's mind-boggling, isn't it?
Extraordinary, yeah. And so you have to tip your hat to somebody.
I hope she does some exhibition tennis matches.
Yeah.
I think she will,
I'd
yeah.
go and see her.
Yeah, I was just about to ask, because I'm not so clued up on tennis. Is when they do the exhibition matches, is it when they come out of retirement and they can...
Yeah, they do. I mean, it's a good way. I mean, it's a good way of keeping involved in the sport. It keeps you relevant within tennis, because if you go on and become an analyst or a pundit or something, when you're still playing, even at any level, that's probably lends you a bit more credibility in the commentary box. But it's also a good money spinner, not that she needs it, but it allows her to travel. It allows...
Just keep in with the business.
Yeah, you keep in with the business.
It's not just retired ones. I mean, a few years ago, I went to the O2 and saw Federer and Djokovic and Andy Murray and everything.
Yeah.
They play proper, really full-on,
Yes. Oh, they don't lose. They don't lose their competitive spirit.
But they do a little bit more joking and showbizy in between. And it's brilliant.
Exactly. And so that's 319 weeks at number one. Turned pro in '95. So she's been 27 years at it.
That's incredible.
Same year as Tiger Woods turned pro. Also, consider the people who spoke.
Lord, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Amazing.
I know. So I mean, she had a Twitter. Not what was the best word? Yeah, tributes, if you like, and reflect on her career. Michelle Obama, Billie Jean King, Sachin Tendulkar, LeBron James, Bill Gates, Tiger Woods, and Oprah Winfrey. That's just the ones I saw a couple of hours ago. There will have been more since then.
Now let's talk love. Should we this morning? Well, or not?
That's a voice there. That's can you sing?
Right.
I wish... No, you do not want to hear me sing.
GBNews karaoke.
That could be a night out. That could be a night out. Leo DiCaprio.
Oh.
He's been in the papers a lot. He's lost a lot of weight.
He has. He shed the dad bod.
But is that because he's got a new girlfriend?
Yes, it is. So Leonardo DiCaprio has probably been the most memed celebrity this week. And memes, it's like the funny, hilarious things they do on Twitter. Twitter and Instagram. So it's come out that Leo's 48 years old, and it's come out that he's finished with his 25-year-old girlfriend, Camilla Monroe. So they've been together, I think, for the last 4 years. But people have been having a field day because they realise that most of Leo's girlfriends, they only hit 25.
But didn't he say something about he only dates women under 25?
Yeah, he only dates women under 25, and as soon as they get to 25, they get the chop. So as you can imagine, online they've had a hilarious field day saying that when you get to 25, you know you don't have a chance with Leonardo DiCaprio. He's got a new girlfriend now, so these are some of the memes that have come up online, and it is hilarious. But he now has a new girlfriend.
Yeah, the white smoke has gone up. He now has a new girlfriend.
Is there the one with the he's pushing off, someone's pushing somebody else off, off the ski slope, isn't it?
He now has a new girlfriend who's called Maria Beragova, who's only 22 years old.
All right. That's a 3-year contract.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that a bit icky?
I think it's a bit... I don't... You know, if you date the odd young girl, that's OK, but the fact that he's had about 6 or 7 girlfriends, we've had, including Blake Lively, and once they hit 25, you're giving them the boot. There's something a bit wrong there with him.
It's not a good optic, isn't it, that?
I know, we've spoken about age gap on the show
It can't be coincidence either, really, can it?
Well, it could be.
What, 3 in a row?
It could be. I mean,
But he's actually said he only...
What do you guys think? Aidan, what do you think? You think it's OK for him to date...
No, well, look, it's all about preference, isn't it, really? And I don't really know what to make of it.
Well, what sort of relationship is it? Because I'm 48. Thankfully, I'm happily married, but
he's only 25, isn't he?
No, he's not. But I couldn't. I mean, 22. What on earth would I have in common to date a 22-year-old with?
Yeah, I know.
What would we talk about? I mean, a lot of we've got producers of that age, and you know what fantastic people they are. But we talk about things
like the Beatles.
You know, or Heidi High or whatever. Ruth Maddock on the show. They don't,
explaining to a 22-year-old what Heidi High was ever about, anyway.
Yeah.
I think I don't know, I think for him, he's clearly said he doesn't want to have children, so I think when these women get to 25, he probably knows that's when they're probably looking to start settling down and having kids, so he's probably doing them a favour and letting them go, and he probably might find older women a bit more challenging, maybe. That could be the case.
I'll tell you what, none of it's love, then. If he's letting them go because they, you know, then it's not...
It's like a football club. They sell players when they get to a certain age because they don't have the resale value. It's almost like transactional.
Gosh, that's horrible.
Yeah, it is. I mean, in football, you can kind of understand it because, you know, the players move on and they've done very well out of it and everything, and they kind of know how it works. But it's difficult in some countries. They can't tell what age players are. But, I mean, this is different. When you talk, as you say, there can't be love there. This is understandable. It's transactional. It's business.
Yeah.
This is we're meant to talk about love, you know?
Talking of age and sport, Andy Murray was knocked out.
Yeah, he was.
Do you think he's ever going to make it back?
I've seen it happen before. I saw, but it's different because Pete Sampras came back after a hiatus at the end of his career, but it wasn't really injury-related. He just had an extra burst where he found a winning formula.
Plagued by injury.
Yeah, it's been extremely difficult for him over the last 6 years now. I mean, he won the Wimbledon. His second Wimbledon title was in 2016. He hasn't really gone deep into a Grand Slam after that. He did speak years back about how winning that first Wimbledon in 2013 sapped a little bit of his desire after that because everything in his life was geared towards winning that trophy and becoming the first male winner of a Grand Slam. Well, no, he became the first male British winner of a Grand Slam a few months before that at the US Open. That was a big thing as well overnight. But at Wimbledon, it was huge. And he went on the Jonathan Ross show and said, look, you know, I did lose a little bit of hunger. When he got it back, that's when the injuries happened. When you play at his kind of intensity on hard floor courts, on grass, on plexipave, on clay, it's going to affect your limbs, you know, which is why it's all the more remarkable that guys like Nadal, Djokovic, Federer, and other ones who have been around the top 10 for that period have gone on and shown no sign of abating either. So I don't think he's going to get to the top.
To a certain extent, physical luck.
Well, yeah, I mean, Nadal always said that Federer was quite fortunate in his physiology. You know, he didn't really play the kind of high-octane, you know, stroke-intensive tennis from the back of the court that maybe Djokovic and Nadal relied upon to get their points. But with Murray, look, the desire is there. No one can say that, but it's whether the body and whether the science allows him to, I would think probably not.
Yeah. We've just got a minute to talk about Britney.
Well, her sons have come out and done an interview because she's had a fallout with both of her sons, Jaden and Preston, early 16 and 15. And her ex-boyfriend, Kevin Federline, has allowed Jaden to do a TV interview, British TV interview, which came out last night. And he was kind of speaking out that he hopes that their relationship can be repaired. He's kind of talked about how the conservatorship also had an effect on them.
Yes, I'll bet it did.
He also talked about her Instagram post, said it's a bit too much attention-seeking, and he's hoping he can change her ways.
I remember K-Fed.
Yeah.
Is that, K-Fed.
Yeah, but it's just...
It's sad, isn't it?
It is, because we always talk about the effects that celebrities have on their children, and you rarely see a TV interview with the child of the celebrity, but he's had his say, because that's the only way Britney's going to listen at the
What
moment.
age is he now?
He's 15 years old.
Oh, it's just...
He's a little too young to go on telly, I think, to
Yeah.
family too.
Yeah, I would think so. Anyway, look, that is it from us for the Breakfast family for today, but we're all back from 6 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Do stay tuned. Esther and Phil are here with the Saturday morning.
Hello, it's looking rather changeable across the UK through this weekend with a mixture of showers and longer spells of rain. Winds will often be quite strong at times as well, particularly in the north, but in between all of that, there will still be some warm sunshine. If we look at the pressure pattern then, you can see the reason why low pressure dominated our weather through this weekend, something we've not seen for quite some time. And as we head through Saturday, this weather front in the west will bring the focus of the heaviest of the rain. So quite a wet start to the day across parts of Northern Ireland and western Scotland. That rain often quite heavy and persistent and lasting throughout much of the day as well. So that's what's going to bring the risk of some localised flooding with a warning in force for heavy rain. Rain starting to creep in across the far west of Wales, southwest England, but elsewhere across the UK it will be drier with some bright or sunny spells. But that sunshine could spark off some heavy, possibly thundery showers through the afternoon, particularly across northern, central and eastern parts of England, although some places could escape them and stay with a dry day throughout. In that sunshine, it's still warm though, highs of 25 or 26 in the south, but those strong winds continuing across parts of the north. Now through the rest of Saturday into the evening and overnight, all those showers will continue to push their way northwards and eastwards. Dry for a time across England and Wales with one or two mist and fog patches, but then more heavy rain will spread in across Northern Ireland, parts of Wales, southwest England, with strengthening winds, particularly towards the southwest. But thanks to the cloud, wind and rain, it won't be a cold night anywhere. Temperatures holding up 14 to 17 degrees across the country once again. So we're going to have a largely dry start across some central and eastern parts of England on Sunday morning. Still some rain across the far north at first, but through the day clouding over across England and Wales as we see this rain spread its way eastwards, reaching central and northern parts by the afternoon. Still dry and bright across the far southeast and sunnier skies following from the west, although more showers likely to spread up from the southwest as we head through the afternoon. Still those strong winds across parts of Devon and Cornwall. So staying changeable as we head into Sunday and into the early part of next week as well, with a mixture of showers or longer spells of rain. But in between all of that, there will be some bright or sunny spells and winds will stay quite strong as well, with temperatures close to average for the time of the year.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
News, this is Saturday morning with Esther and Philip.
We have lots coming up for you today. We'll be looking forward to Monday when the country finds out who their next leader is.
We'll be discussing driverless cars and the impact they will have on UK roads.
And we will be joined by the man who found himself at the heart of one of the biggest political scandals of the year.
All of that plus much more after your latest headlines with Ray.
Good morning. Coming up to 1 minute past 10, I'm Ray Addison in the GB newsroom. Russia says it's keeping its Nord Stream 1 gas pipeline closed after finding a fault during maintenance. It comes just a day after G7 countries, including the UK, agreed to put a price cap on Russian oil exports to reduce Moscow's ability to fund its war in Ukraine. Russia has blamed sanctions for hampering operations. However, Brussels says they're using gas as an economic weapon. Lower gas flows have left European countries struggling to refill storage tanks for winter and could lead to energy rationing. A memorial service for Mikhail Gorbachev, the Soviet Union's last ever leader, is underway in Moscow. President Vladimir Putin denied him full state honours and said he was too busy to attend. His coffin is on display in the Hall of Columns, where previous Soviet leaders have been mourned. The politician will be buried alongside his wife at Moscow's Novodevichy Cemetery. Bus journeys in England will be capped at £2 from January to help families struggling with the rising cost of living. The Department of Transport says the scheme could see some passengers save more than £3 a week. The cuts, which were announced by the Transport Secretary, will run for 3 months until the end of March. Grant Shapps says the next Prime Minister may decide to keep the scheme running if it's popular.
That will be up to them how they prioritise funding. And I think, to be fair, they'll want to see how this actually works. Does it attract people to the buses? Does the simplicity of knowing that you'll never pay more than £2 for your bus fare for a single journey help attract people back to the buses? I think it will. But it would be great to be able to collect the data and then for decisions to be made from there. In the meantime, people know headed into the winter that this is a bit of real cost of living help.
Police